Oh, what's the matter?
Look.
So what?
Well, let's go roller skating.
I can't skate.
Well, I'll teach you. It's easy. Hey, Olive, look.
Even little children can skate.
Oh, yeah, it's easy, all right. Well, I'll take vanilla.
Well, I'll take you skating.
Hey, Olive, come on back. Now, don't run out on me. I know you're a good skate. Now, come on, let's go in. We wants to rent some skates.
Yeah, we does.
What size? What size? Anybody knows that. That's crazy. I know. Ooh, boy. A foot Fuji.
I take a 3.5, but an 8 feels so good.
So I better get 12s, huh? Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
Make a fist.
She's got a hand like a 1.5 feet. There we are.
How do you play this game?
Oh, it's just like London Bridge falling down, that's all.
Oh.
Here we are.
Should I count 10?
No, we ain't out on the floor yet.
Oh, I see. Well,
Yep. Hey, take it easy,
you better
Olive.
hold on to me, Popeye, because
Yep.
you know.
Now, take it easy, Olive.
see that.
I'm nervous. I know.
Now, you stand right here, and I'll show you the first thing to do. Here we go. There we are.
Letting me go! Popeye, I just look at me. I gotta get out of this. I'm gonna go home. I can't.
Olive, you started out on the wrong feet, that's all. You'll like it after you learn how. Look at all them other people having fun. Follow me. I'll show you. Hey, somebody turned out the lights. Hey, wait. Oh, I can't see where you're going, Olive. Here comes the light. That's pretty good, Olive, but you gotta keep it up. Now watch me. Here we go. The three-wheeling, Olive. Now you try it.
Oh, me? Here goes.
Kind of laying down on the job here, Olive. All right, there we go.
I think you better lift your feet, Olive. A little higher, Olive.
This is fun, isn't it, Popeye? Isn't it, Popeye?
Everything's under control, Olive. I got you covered. I got you.
I got it. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out. Oh, I gotta.
Hey, Olive, I ain't through teaching you yet. Hey.
Whatever she went to, I don't say.
Wow. Oh, hey, Olive, look out, Olive. Don't tell me I left it home.
I always had it in every other picture. That's what I did.
Is there any spinach in the house?
Here we are, Popeye!
Wow. Whoa. Hey, Olive, where are you? What happened? I got... Are you hurt?
Let's do it again. My heart's palpitating whenever I'm skating with Popeye the Sailor Man.
And hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Howdy do, and welcome to the stream. It is time for Toons. Hi, welcome. I hope you guys enjoyed the cartoon. That was Popeye in A Skate to Date from 1938. Yeah, I always like showing a cartoon before we do Beginner's Guide to Rubber Hose Cartooning. But yeah, I hope you guys are all doing well today. I certainly am. I had not a busy day, but a good day. A day full of doing some stuff and doing nothing of other stuff. Yeah, he's Popeye. He is. Honestly, considering how Popeye breaks the fourth wall so often and working on cartoon physics, I now understand why people so high on him on power scaling debates. It's true. No, it's true. Popeye is a force to be reckoned with. He is genuinely. Popeye is like. Listen, I know I've never watched a full episode of Dragon Ball Z, but from my knowledge, Popeye is the original Goku. Fight me. That I'll stand on that. Is it time to Raw Toon Force? Is it time for Raw Toon Force shenanigans? It is. So, for a little fill-in on what we're doing tonight, this Tuesday I have the distinct honor and pleasure, as I have the past 3 years, of teaching a class at the Sussex County Teen Arts Festival, which every year a friend of mine, had her mom is the director, and I got in on it, and it's great. And I teach a class every year. I teach the students on how to draw 1930s rubber hose cartoons, kind of with the whole philosophy that in the 20s and 30s, that's when they kind of established the fundamental ideals and philosophies that we are still using today when drawing cartoons, and how you can kind of learn the basics by learning how to draw those cartoons, and you can also just learn a fun style at the same time. Oh yeah, let me say hello to everybody, because I haven't done that yet. Wow, I'm scatterbrained tonight. I'm very excited. Hello and welcome, SK Voight, Mixtro Taboo, Mario Simpson, KG, Jay Does Stuff, Gaming Yoshi Fanatic, and Dan Gaming on a Monday. Hello. Did you know Popeye once survived God himself, the turning of all of reality, when God asked him how he did it? Yeah, when God asked him how he did it, he said, "I eats me spinach." It's true. It's true. All you need to do is spinach. That's all you need. Yeah, also, this is art I did last year for Mario Day. Mario Day, which is coming up this year, of Mario in his original Donkey Kong design, which was very reminiscent of Popeye himself. But yeah, so here's the game plan for tonight. We're going to start out 45 minutes of Beginner's Guide to Rubber Hose Cartooning. And then after that, I have a Popeye game for Super Nintendo, which apparently was never released in the United States. So technically it's for Super Famicom. But I found a translation patch for it, which is nice. From what I've heard, it's not a very long game. So if it doesn't go until like, the end of the night, what I might wind up doing is after that, if there's still time, we might go back to working on some other art. We might resume working on the blaze and silver art that we've been working on for the past 2 weeks. Yeah. Probably because Donkey Kong was going to be a Popeye game, and the rest is literal history. Correct! Exactly, yes. I mean, Mario's design was heavily inspired, especially back then, off of Popeye. Yeah, what about the arcade Famicom Popeye game? I do not have that, but I do love that game. I do think it's a wonderful little thing, and it's especially funny how Nintendo wanted to make a Popeye game. Miyamoto wanted to make his Popeye game. He didn't get to right away, but they made it later on. But yeah. Also appropriate for DK94 on NSO. Yeah, that happened this week. Wow, golly. It's funny how, like, you don't think about, like, oh, this happened this week, and this happened this week, and this, until, like, you're at the end of the week and you retrospect on it. It's like, oh, wow. A lot happened this week. But yeah, trying to think if there's anything else I should say to open up with. Something kind of sad, but it's not a big deal. There's a happy out of it. There was a part I had auditioned for, a voice acting role that I really, really wanted. I auditioned for it about a month ago, and then the person running on the audition said, okay, February 28th, it's over, it's done, that's it, right? Bada bing, that's the cutoff date. It's been about a week and a half since then. Week and a half-ish, thereabouts. Actually, no, because that's the end of it. Never mind, it's been about a week since then. And I haven't heard anything back, and I'm going to assume that since they announced, okay, I'll be reaching out to the people that we're getting to voice act for this thing soon. I'm going to assume by the fact that I have not heard anything that I did not get the part. And you know what? As disappointed as I am about it, because I am genuinely disappointed about it, because it's a part I really wanted, I'm okay with it. Because it won't be the last part I ever auditioned for. It certainly hasn't been the first part I've auditioned for. It won't be the last part I don't get. And I'm sure that whoever did get the role genuinely really deserved and earned that role and genuinely fits the role very well. So whoever out there, hello, this is Gideon from the past. Whoever out there is voicing the character Detective Huxley in the future, congratulations! Good job! You got it! Heck yeah! But yeah. So pretty soon I'm actually going to try and dedicate myself to actually try doing art with specific art styles in mind. A coworker at work has been helping me. He draws his own comics as a hobby. Very nice. Oh, that's wonderful. If you ever need any help or advice, I will gladly give you some. And hey, maybe you'll learn something tonight too. Again, before we start, I know I'm rambling a bit, but as I said before, the basic building blocks and fundamentals of drawing really any kind of characters, whether it's cartoon characters, anime characters, more realistic or stylized characters, they do all kind of follow the same basic fundamentals, and a lot of them are the same basic fundamentals that were established way back in the 1920s with rubber hose cartoons and whatnot. So if you know how to draw these, you can learn how to draw anything. So yeah. It's usually casting etiquette to not respond to people who didn't get the part that aren't correct. So it's typically one of those don't call us, we'll call you type things. And that's happened to me before. And you know what? It's okay. What you gonna do, right? There will be other parts. There will be other roles. Maybe I'll have to say screw it and finally get around to dubbing more comics on my own and say, you know what? If I can't get the part, I'm gonna make my own part. Also, hello, Luna. If I didn't say hello to you before, I can't remember. Yeah. I am going to get a timer going on my phone real quick because so I'm going to hold myself to the same constrictions that I would at the Teen Arts Festival. So I'm only going to give myself 45 minutes to get through all of this. As you would expect, if you have questions, feel free to ask them along the way, and I will be more than happy to answer them as best as I can. Normally this would be the part where I would say to my students, oh, if you have any questions, you have hands, you know how to use them. I was like, oh, raise your hand. But I can't see your hands unless you send like a hand emoji. But yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask along the way. And I will be more than happy to try and answer them. I don't have much to say, and I have a lot of time to say it. Strike that, reverse it. I have a lot to say, and I don't have much time to say it, so I'm going to try and barrel through this as quickly as possible while still being concise and comprehensive and understandable. So yeah, that's understandable. Sometimes you have to take disappointments in stride. So I commend you for that. Yeah, exactly. You got to take it in stride. I've been working on a retro sci-fi setting called Starline Stratus that I think you'd like, because the Starline is a train in space. You have my attention. I want to try to draw art for Starline himself. Very nice. You'll get a part soon or something. But yeah, totally, you should make your own dubs. I should. One of these days, we'll get around to doing Seasons of Chaos. It'll happen. All right. Well then, without further ado, feel free to grab a pencil, paper, stylus, marker, Crayola crayon, whatever you want if you'd like to join in and follow along. Without further ado, I think it is time that we start cartooning the old-fashioned way. Rubber hose. I have a smudge on my glasses. One second. We stop for glasses smudges because that's going to distract me. All right. Oh, without further ado, Gideon says as he further adoes. All right. Without further ado, to quote the announcer from Cuphead, and begin. Hello. Star Fox Sherwood is here, and he's going to help us for this. So yeah, if you want to join in, if you want to follow along, feel free. Oh, also, one important thing to note, if you've ever had a teacher in your class who has said, hey, no doodling in class, this is the class for doodling. We doodle in this class. So, before we begin, a little bit of an establishment, right? A little bit of a history lesson. What is a rubber hose cartoon? Rubber hose is a term that was coined to describe cartoons from the visual trends of cartoons from the 1920s to 30s. Specifically in reference to the way that characters would bend and move, sort of very similarly in an elastic way, very similar to that of a rubber hose. What I am going to do for you... I'm getting ahead of myself. So, cartoonists in the 1930s realized they had a very big problem that they very much needed to find a big solution for. That being, they realized they were going to have to draw their characters hundreds, if not thousands of times to make one 5 to 7 minute cartoon. That cartoon that we just watched was 6 minutes long, right? And they had to draw their characters hundreds of thousands of times just to make that, right? So what they started doing is they started building their characters out of basic geometric shapes to make them easier and simpler to draw. Basic geometric shapes, they are your best friend. Why did they do this? I'll tell you exactly why they would do this. Let's take a ball, for example. I'm going to cheat and make a perfect circle. If I want to draw a circle, let's say from underneath, what's it going to be shaped like? A ball. If I want to draw a circle from the front, what's it going to be shaped like? A ball. If I want to draw a circle from a downwards 3/4 angle, what's it going to look like? A ball. So they would build their characters out of basic geometric shapes that they could be easy to draw from any possible angle or perspective in any pose that they could possibly want. And then they would build off of these basic shapes. What I am going to do is I am going to break down for you what I like to call the anatomy of a toon, where we are going to draw a character first using only their basic geometric shapes, and then we are going to build off of those shapes. And we're going to break it down piece by piece, going from one thing to another to show all the different kind of possible ways you could draw something in the style of a rubber hose cartoon. Putting on my thinking cap, Goombella helmet, very nice. Artists will use shapes today as the foundation or more complex. Artists still use shapes today as the foundation of more complex drawings, correct? Yes, correct, exactly. So, please forgive me because I'm very bad at drawing with a mouse. The character we're going to draw, Gideon places a ball on the table. This is a ball. Dear God, no. So, we're going to draw a friend of mine who you will probably recognize as we get into this. We're going to start with his head, right? Which is going to start out as kind of this oval shape. Again, I'm bad at drawing with a mouse, so please forgive me for how bad this is. I probably should have set up like a hand cam or something and done this with a pencil. So we're going to start with the head, which is going to be just this basic sort of football shape. Then we're going to give him a neck, not that long, neck. We're going to give him a body, which we're going to make a rectangle. And actually, it's going to be a rectangle that's going to kind of curve a little bit in the middle, right? And then after that, we're going to give him another circle, another oval rather, for the waist. Trust me, if I was drawing on a whiteboard, this would look just as bad. And then lastly, what we're going to do next is we're just going to use some basic lines to establish where we're going to put the arms and legs. We're not going to put the arms and legs in just yet, but we're just going to give ourselves some little lines to establish where they're going to go when we do draw them. You probably don't recognize who this character is yet. This character is going to wind up becoming Jerry Janitor. We're going to start off with this basic sort of skeleton framework to establish, you know, our proportions and whatnot, and then we're going to build off of this. Now, Jerry may not originally be a 1930s character, but he is built with all the kind of ideals and fundamentals of the 1930s in mind. So, I feel like he still works decently as a means of teaching the style. His shoes are built up out of 3 circles, fun fact. We will build a ball, correct. We're balling. Jerry Janitor will never be ballin', he ballin'. Ballin' Jerry Janitor. Okay. So now that we've got his basic shapes figured out, right? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to start with the face. Well, firstly, actually, we need to give him one more shape, and that's the shape of his hat. His hat is a square. We're going to give him a square hat. That looks really bad, but just hear me out. Now, they say that the eyes are the window to the soul. Let's establish where the face is, the front of the face is. The front of the face is right here, right? That's where the front of his face is. So, the eyes are kind of one of those big iconic things with 1930s cartoons that people often think of. They have that sort of iconic pie slice or Pac-Man shape to them. But there are certain rules to follow with this. We're going to draw some on Jerry right now. We're going to give him a little... We're going to put this in right here. There's a number of different ways to draw eyes in the style of the 1930s. Many people just instantly think of the sort of pie slice, which isn't incorrect. A lot of characters did have this kind of style of eye. If we look at, you know, Sally, Swing, and Irving over here, you'll notice that they've got the pie slice in their eyes, right? But some characters actually had different shapes. For example, well, Betty has them as well. Bimbo, he's got them. But then if we look at some of the Popeye characters, like we look at Bluto here, Bluto, his eyes are always closed, or at least the most part. And then when they're open, they don't always have that little chip in them. Grampy's got the Mickey Mouse, another phenomenal example of a character that does not have the pie slice. The moment you want to draw, my tablet doesn't seem to respond to Paint Tool SII. Ooh, sorry. There's a number of different ways to draw eyes, but generally speaking, the pie slice is kind of the most common you'll see. It was very popular back then, and it looks really nice, and it looks really cute. But there are certain rules to the pie slice, right? It's not just, oh, just cut out part of the eye and you're good to go. No. Let's say we want to draw a pair of eyes, right? Nice little round pair of eyes. 1 and 2, and that copied all of my line art, not just the eyeball. Oops. There are 2 Jerrys now. Remove the duplicate. Now, let's say that I want to draw these eyes looking to the left or the right. Typically, when you're drawing a character, the eyes will always be on the same side of the eyeball. You usually won't see them like maybe somewhere in the middle. Usually, they'll either be on the far left, the far right, maybe up or down on the top. Usually, they'll be in one position or the other, and usually not centered. Double Jerry, double whammy. Correct. So, if we want to draw our eyes, we'll put one here, and we'll put one here, for example. Now, the way that the pie slice works is it is always in the opposite direction of wherever the character is looking, and can be used as a very clear indication. Say you're drawing a character like Jerry who doesn't have outlined eyes, who his eyes just kind of float in his head, right? Or on his head. You can use the pie slice as a clear indication of which direction your character is looking. So, for example, this character is looking up and to the right. So the pie slice is going to be down and to the right and to the left. If we were drawing, say, a character that was going to be looking to the right, like this, right? We're going to put the pie slices on the bottom, or rather on the left, or on the right, yeah. If we have a character that's looking to the left, we put them on the right. Right? Right. Think of this. Think of the pie slice as an arrow. This is kind of, I realized this, I'm like, oh, wow, that makes sense. Think of this as an arrow pointing in whatever direction your character is looking. See that? It's an arrow. One of the characters in Starline has elongated screen for a head, so you usually only see one eye per side, but he's super expressive because his face has, like, no limitations compared to the others. Pie Slice or Pac-Man, both work. Correct! I kind of like to call them the Pie Slice because technically Pac-Man wouldn't exist for, like, another 50 years prior to this style kind of becoming popularized, but yes, Pac-Man is a correct way you could also call them. A really fun character that I love is Grampy, and Grampy has some really interesting eyes where, much like Jerry, Grampy's eyes aren't always outlined. They do just kind of float on his head. But you'll notice with Jerry that when his eyes are outlined, they're not outlined all the way. Typically, it'll just be partly. And again, his eyes will always be facing, you know, or rather the pie slice bits will always be sort of on the edge of the eyes. Kind of an interesting thing about Grampy is how his eyes are always like, his eyes are usually colored the same color as his face. So it's just, okay, here we have the eye, whoop, the eye, and a pupil, and there it is, and this will just be colored in like a gray color. I think it's really interesting how, like, you can kind of see the influence of this sort of style of eyes even in a lot of, like, modern stuff, especially in a lot of anime, where you might have characters who have eyes that aren't completely outlined. This is very prevalent in the works of, I mean, I don't know if this was his direct inspiration, if that's where he got the idea from, but you can kind of see that even, like, especially in the works of Akira Toriyama, where sometimes he'll have characters that will have eyes that will be only partly outlined. Yeah, just kind of a cool little fact about that. You can do little dot eyes. You know, you can do... Coco the Clown has some fun eyes where they're just like little slits that are transparent in the center. Yeah, eyes are cool. Eyes are great. We love eyes. If we're doing, say, a female character like Betty Boop, for example, we might add a couple little eyelashes on there. If we want to accentuate the fact that it is a more feminine character, we might give them more feminine eyebrows or eyelashes. Right? Right. I hope I'm doing well so far. I don't think I'm forgetting anything. Skin-colored eyes are the term, I believe. Is that the proper term? I genuinely wouldn't know. Yeah. Let me take a drink. Yeah. And then moving on from eyes, we have eyebrow. Oh, an important thing, though, about the eyes, right? The eyes have it. And a very important thing, though, about the eyes is that one thing you should never do with eyes... Oh. Let me make just a new eyeball for these. Something that's kind of a big no-no with eyes is the eyeball, or the pupil, rather, should always move with the eye. Think of this sort of like a billiards ball, right? When you have a billiards ball, the number on the ball is not going to move, you know, just statically, right? It's not just going to be like up here or up here, up here. It'll curve and move around with the curvature of the ball. So, for example, if I want my character to be looking up, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to draw these two pupils, right? And then just have them, again, you know, we're not going to have this just looking straight forward like this. But if I want to have, you know, the pupils looking up, I'm not going to do this. That it would be wrong. That's incorrect. This is obtuse. Instead, what we would do is we'll draw these flat against the surface of the eye. Again, think of it sort of like a billiards ball. When you turn a billiards ball around and when the number moves, those pupils are always going to be facing, or rather, are always going to be, if they're on one side of the eye or the other, they're always going to kind of move with the curvature of the eye. One final thing about eyes before we move on. I lost it. My brain I just lost it. I had a thing about eyes, and oh yeah, that's right. This is in terms of the Pac-Man pie slice, right? One last little thing is, you might think to yourself, okay, well, what if my character is, for example, like Popeye was doing before, what if my character is breaking the fourth wall? What if he's staring directly at the audience? What if they're looking forward? You might think to yourself, okay, in that case, maybe I would draw the pie slice on either eye facing the same way. And to this, I say, no, you will not do this. This is also incorrect. Typically, you'll only have the pie slices facing each other in a situation or a scenario where, say, a character is startled or they're really angry. You're trying to push some very extreme emotion. You won't just have these facing the same direction at any time. if the character is looking at the audience. If anything, what you might do is either A, just have these facing one direction or the other. That's typically what I would do, is just pick whichever direction you think looks better, on the left or on the right, and have them like that. Or something they actually did in the Popeye cartoon we just watched is what you could do is you could actually have the pie slices in the top of the eye sort of looking down. That is also another thing you could do to sort of direct the attention forward and show that the character is looking directly ahead. So basically, don't be afraid of cutting off the pupil and iris of your character if their eyes curve that far. Basically, kinda, yeah. But yeah, and from eyes, we go to eyebrows. Eyebrows are typically very simple. They're usually, unless your character specifically has very like thick bushy eyebrows, they'll typically just be like a nice round or a nice thin line that's a little thick even. They'll typically just be a line, maybe a curved shape, maybe like an S, like, oh, you know, maybe this character's like, oh, hello, what's up here? In the case of Betty Boop, she just has little eyelashes like, or little eyebrows like that. If your character is angry, again, we might go for sort of an S shape. There's a lot of interesting bits of typography you can find in this art style where they're like, oh, hey, there's a letter here, there's a letter there. In Jerry's case, he is worried almost all the time. This man has some severe anxiety issues. So he's got just like little worried eyebrows. And close-up expressions, if you really want to accentuate something, you could even like maybe give a stress line here or there. Typically nothing ever too exaggerated, because again, we're trying to keep things simple. So, okay, here's a question. What if my character is like blind? Then perhaps, if your character is blind, then their eyes would probably never move. And you actually, if you wanted to have a blind character, you could have the pie slices going the same direction. You could do that to kind of accentuate the idea of a character being blind. Or having something like cataracts. Yeah, you could do that. If your character has vision issues or problems like that, you could make that. Again, there's a lot of exceptions to some of these rules. There is no... The thing about the rubber hose style is that there's no kind of singular way of doing it. All the different cartoon studios, while they were using the same kind of general art style that was popular at the time, they all kind of put their own different spin on it. Again, Fleischer was doing the pie slice eyes. Disney was just doing, you know, black little black eyes like that. Everybody was doing something a little different along the same lines, so you can kind of bend these rules. What's interesting is that the studios were constantly, for lack of a better term, trading animators, where you would have guys from, you know, Disney getting jobs at Warner Brothers, guys at Warner Brothers getting jobs at Fleischer, and then guys at Fleischer getting jobs at Disney. And this is very prevalent in the fact that the art style was very homogenous because you had all the same people working on all the different cartoons. As a matter of fact, the guy who designed Betty Boop, the guy who came up with the final design for Betty Boop, was the same guy that designed Snow White for Disney. So, yeah, it's a little bit of a homogeneous style at times. So next up on Jerry's face, we're going to give him a nose. Jerry's nose kind of breaks some of the norms and traditions, like we were just saying, of 30s cartoon characters, where he has a very angular nose. It's just kind of like an upside down and backwards number 7. Typically, though, with noses, you're going to notice a lot of rounded and organic shapes. Betty Boop has like a little sort of U-shaped nose. Some characters have just a G-shaped nose or a C-shaped nose. Again, you're going to see a lot of letters like this. Typically, you'll see a lot of rounded, hooked noses. Those are very prevalent and pop up very commonly. Very round shapes. Very nice to see, like Popeye's got this sort of fun... Popeye's got a G-shaped nose. Sally Swing has a little U-shaped nose. Irving's got this big old SpongeBob nose. If you've ever seen that shape, that's where that comes from. You can do that. It's round. That's a good nose right there. Look at him. This is the man. He's got a good old schnoz right there. But yeah, we're gonna finish out Jerry's hat here. Which for Jerry's hat, again, we're gonna start with a basic shape. We are going to start drawing an oval. Whoop, my mug got in the way. We're going to start drawing an oval, and that's going to cut off at the head, and then we're just going to cover this up. Bada bing. And his hat has a little button on the top, and a little circle up there. Now, next up is mouths. Mouths are kind of fun because, again, much like with a lot of other stuff, we're going to start with a very rounded, organic sort of shape. With mouths, Jerry is kind of always nervous. So he's going to have sort of a kind of shaped mouth, but it's going to be rounded at the corners and edges. And then we're just going to do 1, 2, 3 little lines in the center to define where his teeth are. And then, to help exaggerate this expression, this emotion, we're going to drag out the corners of his mouth a little bit. Again, we start everything out. Don't be afraid with this art style to define a shape and then erase that shape and build off of it. Again, we start out with basic shapes so that we can then define off of them. Things don't have to stay basic shapes, but that's just what we use as a building block to get ourselves started. Furthermore, for example, Jerry has a little chin off the bottom of his head as well. Just a little whoop, kind of sticks out, and that sticks away from just the rounded shape of his head. Is his chin. He has sort of like a mini Waluigi chin. With other mouths, though, what we might do if we want to do like a happy mouth is we'll just have line here, and this whoop, this might curve around. If you're familiar with the dreaded Cal Arts bean mouth, I have bad news for people who fear the Cal Arts bean mouth. It actually originates from the 1930s. Man's a rubber hose and still has a goated jawline. Correct, he does. Hello, brother. Welcome to cartoons. If we're drawing, say, you know, if we really want to accentuate how happy this mouth is, we might bring the cheek in to really just show like, oh, he's so happy, he's grinning from cheek to cheek, like Fred Astaire. And here's his teeth. If we're drawing a open mouth, maybe we'll do like, you know, he's just talking like an oh, like, oh, hello. Like he's saying, ah. Like if the mouth is open, we might have some of the teeth visible on the top. And then the tongue is a little 1, 2, hill heart. The sans mouth. Correct! Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Is the sans mouth. Correct. That is, in fact, what it is. The sans mouth. He's in our notes now. And then, one important thing kind of fun about the mouth, though, is that we might do a little dimple underneath. Like, for example, Sans has a dimple now. That often shows up. Jerry does not usually have one of those, but we'll give him one anyway. If we're drawing a whistling mouth, sort of like Steamboat Willie, we might do just a little circle, fill it in black, have little lip at the top, lip at the bottom, and a cheek on either side to show there's air in them cheeks. He whistling a tune. He's just whistling Dixie, ladies and gentlemen. If I ever try to do Rubber Host's art style, I'll draw a Bill with that mouth. My boy will show his teeth while grinning in every art style. Good. Sans Undertale in the 1930s? Yes. Well, actually, one thing to know is they understood in the 1930s that the more detailed you make something, the more realistic you make something, the more uncanny and more terrifying it becomes. One such example of that is mouths. For example, if I want to draw a character that's like really fuming, really furious, we'll take this face, for example. He's really angry. We might do a similar sort of mouth shape to Jerry, except really accentuate, really exaggerate the raised corners of the mouth. And then we'll draw in our rows of teeth. And we'll actually give him a couple extra just to really accentuate it. And then, again, we're exaggerating. We're showing some little extra detail to really bring out this expression. We're going to detail in the middle row of teeth. Unless your character, let's say you want to make a character look scary or angry, really make them look furious, that's when you're going to put that center line in. Otherwise, for a character that's jolly or happy or just, you know, your typical kind of more friendlier looking character, you're going to leave out that middle row of teeth. And then, or the middle line to differentiate the rows of teeth. And then if we really want to accentuate this, firstly, we're gonna bring up the corners of the mouth, right? And the corner, there we go. And then if we really want to make this guy look furious, what we'll do is we'll even detail in where the gums are. Again, exaggeration. Got to make sure that this is clear and understandable, that the audience knows just by looking at this guy that he's pissed. It's kind of worth noting that a lot of the cartoonists who started out in the golden age of animation, making the great granddaddies of all cartoons, a lot of them got their start in newspaper comics, which were typically only 1 to 2 panels back in like the 20s and 30s. So they really would have to exaggerate poses and expressions and whatnot in order to really make sure that the reader would understand what a character was feeling. And that then wound up kind of translating into animated cartoons when those same people started making animated cartoons. I kind of brought that same philosophy there with them. So yeah, for his sideburns, we're just going to give him a little line here. And then for his ear, we're going to give him a little circle. Inside that circle, we're going to put a little curve and then a triangle. Ears are another fun one. The inside of the ear, you can make it like an E. You could just do a C shape. You could leave it empty. There's a lot of different things you can do with ears. Now, Jerry does not have a lot of hair to speak of. He has a little hair sticking out the back. But what if you want to have a character who's got a full head of hair? Do we have any examples of that? Why, yes, we do. We have Sally Swing here to help show us what we're going to do with hair. So you'll note, how does her head shape start out? Starts out with a simple circle, which then gets extra defined into her cheek with a second circle. A lot of these lines wind up getting erased. She's got a bun on her head, which starts out as a circle, and then a little bump in the back, which again starts out as a basic circle. But even though we start out these shapes as circles, we then define off of them. You'll notice the curls become more defined because even though they start out as this overarching circular shape, they then get more defined, and that extra line winds up getting erased. Yeah, it's even with the hair on the front, right? The hair on the front of the head, which starts out just as a basic circle, right? This starts out as a circle, and then we define off of it. It's all about starting with one thing just to give yourself sort of a base, a reference, a guide to start with, and then defining your shapes off of it. Once you get comfortable with drawing certain forms and shapes, obviously, yeah, you can just go from memory. But typically to get yourself comfortable with drawing a character, with drawing their proportions, and making sure that their proportions are accurate to how they should be, say you're drawing more than one character in a scene, it does really help to start out with those basic building blocks just so you can get everything right and correct. With a character like Betty Boop, for example, we want to do a hairstyle like hers. Something really cute is at the back of her head, her hair is a heart. That's just a detail worth noting, is that you'll know, unlike Sally, whose hair does get defined as its own separate shapes, with a character like Betty, her hair is drawn directly onto the shape of her head. So we start out with, 2 circles to make up that was a really bad one. We start out with 2 circles to make the basic head shape, and then after that, we then draw the hair directly onto the head. And you'll note, again, just like what happens with Sally Swing, where I cannot draw with a freaking mouse to save my life. Just like with Sally Swing, we start out with the basic head shape, we add definition, and then we erase. Would you say a good way to start making a character or getting down their proportions is just making their outline and shapes alone? Yeah, actually, absolutely. Starting out with the basic shapes of your character is a phenomenal way to figure out a design, to get the kind of feel and the vibe down. Doodle and scribble and figure out just for fun certain things and aspects of your character you want. But if you're just trying to figure out how to make something look right, then basic shapes are the way to go. If you want, since we mentioned him before, here's a really cursed bit of information. Betty Boop, you see the shape of her head? Does Betty Boop's head remind you of anything? Betty Boop has the same shaped heads as Sans Undertale. You can never unsee it. I've just cursed you with that knowledge. Thank you. Continuing on with hair, again, with a lot of characters, you might just wind up drawing. Irving is another great example of a character where we have the basic shape of the head, and for his hair, it's drawn directly on to the shape of the head, even like his widow's peak is drawn right there. Yeah, there's all sorts of different fun ways you can do hair. And those are some of them. Now, let's say somebody who's in chat tonight once asked me, if I wanted to draw a character with dreadlocks, how would I start out the dreadlocks? Well, let's start with the head, right? the Sans lore deepens. It does. Let's start out with the head, right? Here's our character's head. We'll just kind of define where the middle is, just for my sake, right? How are we going to draw dreadlocks? We could, I've done this before, where we could give him like a helmet kind of shape. That could work, right? Or we could draw these individually. But again, we're trying to make this as easy and as simple to draw, right? While also looking good. So, what I say we do, if we want to draw a character that has dreadlocks, what we might start out with is just starting out with two, think the Flying Scotsman with his smoke deflectors. We're just going to start with two kind of squares on either side of the head, nice sandwich, which we might then connect in. Think of this sort of like a box that goes around the head. And then we'll just line in where the individual dreadlocks are. It's very simple. Again, if we wanted to have this posed in a certain way, we might, that's when you could say have these be individual and separate pieces if you wanted to say have the locks blowing in the wind. But for the most part, this is kind of, for a hairstyle like that, that's sort of an easy place to start. No matter what kind of hairstyle you want to go with, just build off of it with a basic shape. I feel called out. Good. I thought you were going to say her head was shaped like a Mario mushroom, but then you completely blindsided me with Sans Undertale, Gideon. You can't do me like that. I'm sorry, Dan. I'm sorry, Dan. Let me check my timer. How much time do we have left? We got 15 minutes. We're going to rock and roll. All right, let's start working. Jerry is currently naked-ish. We're going to clothe him. So firstly, for the collar of his shirt, what are we going to do for the collar of his shirt? Very simple. 2 little diamonds for his shirt collar. And then we're going to define his apron, which we're going to draw right on the shape of his body. Right? And then he's got a little button right there. Again, we're going to keep our clothing design even pretty simple too. Say you have, I forget what character it is from like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but there's a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure character who has like a long headband or a scarf or something, I forget exactly what, that's like just a bunch of triangles that interlock with each other, right? You are not going to see a design like this in a Rubber Hose cartoon because it is way too complicated. Keep in mind, some poor animator would have to keep track of all of these triangles on every single frame of animation and make sure that they're in the right place. So let's say you've got a character that has a striped shirt, right? You're not going to see a character with a striped shirt like this where there's like 1,000,001 stripes that have to be checked and made sure and colored correctly on like every frame. Instead, what you might see is like 2 stripes. That's it. I'm trying not to make it look like Jerry's wearing a bikini. You might even just have like 1 stripe. That's, I can't make that not look wrong. But you get what I mean. You just want one little stripe in there, maybe, at most. Simplistic. Again, simplistic. You mean Kakyoin? Kakyoin? I don't know how to pronounce it. The name Kakyoin was with the long scarf. Yes! I think that's the one. And then for his apron, we're going to follow it down. Actually, we'll do the legs first because that'll follow the shape of the legs. Now, this is where that looks like a prison uniform, not a bikini. You know, it kind of does. Actually, you've got a point with that. Now, this is where the rubber meets the hose. This is where the entire art style gets its name from, and that is characters' arms and legs and how they bend and curve. We already have sort of a basic guiding line, this line here, of where our arms are going to go. So we're going to draw off of those. And it's worth noting that Jerry is a slim character. He's a slim, thin guy. These are just going to kind of bend and curve as they go along. Jerry is a slim character. He's thin. He's spindly, right? So naturally, Jerry has thin limbs. However, if you're drawing, something I would say to avoid, unless it's for a visual or sight gag, is you're typically not going to see large characters, whether they be, muscular or a little rotund, with very thin, spindly limbs, unless it's for like a visual sight gag. Like you've got a character standing behind a bush and they have this really tiny head, and then you see them step out from behind a bush and they've got this big bulky body, but they have these like little limbs. Typically, you're going to keep your proportions in proportions. The Rubber Hose is actually accentuated in the limbs of characters more often than their main bodies, right? Correct. Yes. Yes, actually. The limbs will often bend and wave far more often than the bodies themselves was. He's got the perfect pose to, like, how did you not think of it? No, you're right. It is like the prison, like, I'm up against the wall pose. You're right. Why didn't I think of that? Note to self, draw Jerry as an escaped convict. But yeah, arms and legs will typically wave and bend a lot more. I'll get into that in just a second. Don't let me forget about that. But for example, if we look at a character like Bluto, for example, right? Like Bluto is this big, tough guy. And you'll note his arms and legs are in proportion with the shape of his body, where he's got these sort of larger, thicker limbs. Even a character who I don't have a reference of here, Wimpy, who is another Popeye character, again, he's got a little bit more meat on his body, and naturally he has thinner limbs. You're not going to see a character like Bluto who's going to walk out here with little, like, spindly tube arms and legs. Again, unless it's specifically for a joke in the art style, or rather in the cartoon itself, you're typically not going to see characters that disproportionate. Again, the cartoonists who kind of founded this art style, you're not going to see this. The cartoonists who created this art style, again, got their roots in newspaper cartoons, which were all about exaggeration, but also had a touch of realism to them. So they understood anatomy, they understood how bodies work and how proportions work, and they knew to keep their characters in proportion. Yeah. Like even someone like Popeye, where he's a thinner guy, but he's strong. Again, he's got these big arms at the end, even though they kind of start small, because he's a smaller man, but he's still strong. He has those big ol' arms. Yeah, and Jerry, being a thinner character, has thinner limbs. He let the horses in. It's true. Jerry let the horses in, and I don't know how to get them out. Please help me get them out. Now that we have the legs drawn in, we'll draw the apron, because the apron kind of follows the silhouette of the legs. There we go. And what we'll do to make the arms a little easier to read and understand is we're just gonna erase these guiding lines. There we go. Get rid of these here. Get rid of those there. Bada bing, bada boom. But also, let's see. One of the strengths of Rubber Hose is portraying characters' physiques, even if there aren't many details, but also making those physiques very rubberly and mobile, if that makes any sense. Oh, absolutely. When you're drawing in more realistic, structured art styles that have more realistic anatomy, it can be kind of difficult to make, say, a bulkier character move around and bend and whatnot. Meanwhile, a character like freaking Bluto has the advantage of the Rubber Hose art style, where really anything goes. And so you can see a character like this bend and move in ways that a bulkier character in a more realistic style probably couldn't do as easily. Okay, so show of hands. Hey Gideon, would you say that Jerry's cellmate was Burnerman? After all, they both did do war crimes. Yes, Jerry's cellmate absolutely is Burnerman. They're both in jail together. I'm only bailing one of them out. I'll let you figure out who. Show of hands. Who thinks hands are hard to draw? Show me your hands if you can. I'm going to show you how to make hands not hard to draw. So just like anything else, with Jerry's hands, they're going to start out as a basic shape, a circle. And what are we going to add to them? We're going to add some more basic shapes. We're going to give Jerry, off of his hands, we're going to give him a couple little sausages. We're adding sausages to the hands. Very, very simple. He's getting some sausages. There you go. That's easy, right? So far, easy peasy, lemon squeezy, right? We start out with a basic shape, and then we define off of that shape. But let's say you want to draw a more complicated hand pose, right? Let's say, oh, well, I don't want to just have my character's hands open all the time. What if I want to draw a more complicated shape, right? Don't worry. We got a solution for that. We're not going to say start off like this. We're not going to start off drawing a hand where we draw all the digits at the same time. No, we're going to break it down. That's six-fingered. That's the six-fingered man. He killed my father, prepared to die. What we're going to do, let's say we want to draw a fist, right? This is what I like to call sort of the mitten technique, where we'll start out, we'll just draw all of these fingers as one big chunk. Then we'll put our thumb in, and the thumb is just going to be a nice little shape here. Or we can even actually, the thumb will start out as a circle. We'll then connect this back to the hand. We'll put in this little muscle there for where the hand is, right? And then with the thumbs with the fingers in here, what we're gonna do is now we're just gonna define them. Again, we start with a basic shape and now we define it. So we got 1, we got 2, we got 3, we got 4. Say we want to draw a presenting hand, right? Like an open hand. This is I love this. This is fun. The mitten technique, right? We're gonna start with this basic ball hand. Then we're gonna do all the fingers at once. We're gonna have our thumb here. And then we're gonna go 1, 2, 3. And we can round these out to make them look a little nicer. Or what we could even do for fun, right? With a hand like this, and we'll put in a little glove cuff. If we want to really have some fun, what I love to do with like a presenting hand, right, is what I'll do is we'll put our thumb in, and then we'll draw every finger but the pinky first. We'll cut off the pinky. You don't need it anymore. And then we'll draw that kind of coming up and over and making that really nice sort of fancy presentorial shape. The reason everyone had gloves and mittens in this area was to save time on drawing hands, right? Actually, yes and no. The reason why everyone had gloves and fingers and whatnot, actually, that's a bit of a misconception. Fun fact, not all 1930s rubber hose characters had the big white gloves. I have 5 minutes left. Popeye, no white gloves. Sally Swing and Irving, no white gloves. Just regular Sally Swing. No what? Well, actually, she does have gloves. But like Betty Boop, she ain't got gloves. Bimbo's got gloves, but Bluto don't. And like Grampy, he don't got gloves. Even if you go back to like early Mickey Mouse, this is a bad example, but in the first handful of Mickey Mouse cartoons, you go back to the Galpin Gaucho, you go back to Plain Crazy, you go back to Steamboat Willie, and Mickey did not have gloves. And it actually made his hands much easier to draw, because what they could do with Mickey, they could get away with just drawing his hands like this. He could have little balls on the end of his arms, and that was it. And then if they wanted to give him fingers, they would just boop, 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 boop. And well, that's kind of bad, but like 1, 2, 3, 4, and we'll give him a little thumb. There we go. Or even leave it like that. Mickey's hands were very easy to draw. They were wonderful. So it's a bit of a misconception that everybody had big white gloves, but the reason why many characters did have big white gloves and why you would see the hands drawn just sort of blank and white was to make them easy to read and to understand. That way you could easily understand what a hand was doing. Let's say we want to draw a pointing finger, right? This one would be pointing. He's giving a good old point. We're going to do the same thing and define the digits. If you're familiar with the Paper Mario games kind of borrow a lot of ideas from the 30s rubber hose cartoon style, where like if we want to draw a fist from the back, we'll make it even simpler, right? We're going to start with our circle. We're going to draw where the thumb comes out and where the pointer finger is. And then we just erase a couple lines and bada bing. That's a fist! Look at that fist. That's a great fist. Someone didn't watch a lot of Felix. Admittedly, a lot of my studying didn't stem to Felix, but Felix has got square fingers sometimes. Sometimes Felix's fingers are square. Listen, there's a lot of cartoons for me to study. I need to brush up on my Felix. I'm running out of time. I'm trying to figure out. Oh yeah, another thing. If you want, you can include like the little knuckle stripes, the little knuckle dots on the back of the gloves. That's not always necessary. Some cartoon characters do it. Again, Mickey has them. Does Bimbo have them? Bimbo has them. A lot of the characters that have gloves do have them. Some of the characters that don't have gloves have them. Again, that's entirely up to personal preference. Another thing that's up to personal preference with the gloves and such is the button. I'm breaking my own rules, but just I'm panicking. Sometimes you'll see like this button in the middle of the hand. I don't know why. I think Warner Brothers might have started that, but sometimes Disney does it. I'm not really sure why. But sometimes, sometimes there's a button. Does it do something? I'm not really sure. I'm not going to lie to you, Gideon. Your mitten hand actually reminds me of the Madness Combat characters' hands, since they float near the characters independent of their body. Well, actually, fun fact, if you want to make a pose really easy and simple to draw, what you might do, similar to that, right? We'll have our head, have our body, legs. If you want to make a pose that's sometimes a little simpler to draw, sometimes what I'll do is I'll draw the hands separate from the body first and then connect the arms to them. Loki is having a really good day. Let me see, how much time do I have left? I have 2 minutes. I have 2.5 minutes. Gideon, somehow you made me chortle because my mom was so overprotective of having me not watch Rubber Hose Mickey. Really? Wow. Your mom was not having the Rubber Hose Mickey. That's funny. But allowed me to watch Felix the Cat. So let me get this straight. She didn't let you watch Rubber Hose Mickey, but she did let you watch Felix the Cat, who in the very first ever Felix the Cat short literally gets high on laughing gas. Actual thing. Fun fact. Okay. Where was I? Sorry, I'm panicking because I'm running out of time and I still have some stuff to show off. Okay, Jerry's gloves. Jerry's gloves are kind of fun because, like, they're cleaning gloves, so they go up his hands, like so. They're long. Okay, we've gotten through gloves. I am barreling through this as quickly as I can. We're gonna finish off the bottoms of his legs. So with Jerry's pants, you'll notice Jerry's pants, we're just drawing them, same for his shirt, we're just drawing them right to the shape of the body. If you want to make your character's clothes a little bigger than their body, you can feel free to do so, but generally speaking in this art style, you're just going to keep the clothes kind of to the body shape. Jerry has these little cuffs at the bottom of his pants, because his pants are supposed to be rolled up, because he is a janitor, so he does not want to get his pants wet if he is in a boiler room. And then you'll notice when we started Jerry's feet that I broke them down into 3 circles each. That's because we're going to attach a sole to the bottom of this shoe, right, to the bottom of this. And then we're going to come in here. We're going to erase a couple lines. Some of these lines are not erasing. Oops. Not sure what layer those are on. I have 2 layers here for some reason. And then we're going to just put a little neck at the base. Oh, we're going to put a little neck right here. And bada bing. That's Jerry's shoe. You can do shoes in all sorts of shapes and sizes. You can do them that sort of stereotypical, what you would expect, just like one potato Mickey Mouse shape. Even though back in the day, Mickey Mouse would often have sort of square shoes. And again, with these, you start off with a basic shape. You break it up into a basic shape like with this or with this, and then you build off of it. If you want to draw a nice lady's shoe, like with a heel, the trick to drawing heels, the trick to drawing women's shoes, I'll tell you what the trick to drawing women's shoes is. Hot dogs. And I'm not even kidding. Let's say we have a leg here, right? I am out of time. But let's say, I'm just going to go off with this. Say we have a leg here. We have, right? This is the shape for the woman's shoe, right? Dog, bun, stick. There you go. Woman's shoe. Okay. That's time. That's time. I am unfortunately out of time, folks. Do you mind if I show just a couple last little minute things before that I forgot? Again, this is sort of a rehearsal session to get me warmed up into doing this again. I usually don't run out of time like this. I sent you an image of Hank from Madness Combat to show you what I mean. You can check it after the timer is up. Thank you. I will check that out in just a minute. I really enjoyed your lesson, my dude. Thank you. I know this was a little scatterbrained. This was a little crazy. I was a little all over the place with this, but I hope that this was at least somewhat understandable and you could glean some stuff from it. I'll show you just a couple last little things, a couple little things I forgot. One thing with hands. Let's say you want to draw smaller, more feminine, more dainty hands, right? Like what Betty Boop has. Betty Boop has this really cool thing with her hands where they start out more of an oval shape. And then what they'll do is when they draw her fingers, we'll have one finger here, right? We'll have this pointer finger. And then the 2 middle fingers will be drawn together. Then we'll have the pinky. And thumb will come out like this. And she has a nice little bracelet, right? And then what they do to really jazz up Betty Boop's fingers and her hands, make them seem very dainty, very elegant, is they'll just put then a dividing line in the middle of that center triangle where the fingers are. And there you go. That's how Betty Boop's hands work. And they're nice. They're very feminine. They're very dainty. Let's say we want to draw her, presenting something. We'll have, maybe we'll do, one here, and then we'll have these overlapping, and then this goes down the middle, and then the pinky comes up, and then this is very hard to read because of how small this brush size is. The pinky comes up, and then, yeah, and bracelet. But yeah, that's the basics of drawing 30s cartoon characters. Generally speaking, what I have found is that whether it's the modern day cartoons of today or the cartoons back in the 30s, many of the styles that we still see and that are still used today are based all in the same basic fundamentals, philosophies, and ideals that were established way back 100 years ago. And if you want proof, I can give you proof. I am going to show you what I like to call my magic trick. Would you like to see my magic trick? I'm going to show you my magic trick. I love to show my students my magic trick. Real quick, we're going to draw Mickey Mouse, right? And Mickey's got his head. He's got the iconic 3 circles design with the 3 circles that are the same shape from every perspective. That pointed finger is going to help me so much because Starline's art style is going to use pointed fingers a lot. Nice! Again, if you ever need any advice, feel free to let me know, and I will gladly give you suggestions or tips. Right, so we've got that. Then we're going to draw his eyes, which a really nice, easy way to draw Mickey Mouse's eyes, actually, is to circle them out entirely. In a lot of early Mickey Mouse cartoons, for example, the Gallopin' Gaucho, or Plain Crazy, Mickey's eyes were drawn like this, rather than having part cut out. So, like, they would be fully detailed and outlined. This is something that actually they kind of missed out on, and they kind of misunderstood when Mickey's design got redesigned in the 60s to look like this, where, like, they gave him this kind of look to his face, where his eyeballs are the size of his old pupils, and it looks horrible because they completely misunderstand that this is not a weird skin patch. That's his eyes, Disney. They stole his freaking eyes. Anyway, don't mind me ranting about Mickey's design. But let's say we want to draw just a classic, style Mickey, right? And then we'll erase this just to show that's where the eyes are. And we'll give him his snoot. He has nose. And there's his nose. And a little BBBB. And that's our good pal Mickey Mouse, right? That's our good old friend Mickey Mouse. I think we should make a couple little design changes here. I think we can improve Mickey's design, right? I think there's a couple little ways that Mickey's design can be improved. So, like, let's just change his nose a little, right? He's gonna go meet Dr. Mario. Okie dokie, Mickey Mouse. It's a time for you to get the nose job. Gee, Mario, are you licensed to do this? No. Yeah, we're gonna give him a little nose job. I say we give him a bit of a sharper looking nose, right? Yeah. And maybe, I know they're iconic, but we're gonna change up his ears too. We're gonna change up his ears, so just a smidge. We're gonna change up his ears just a little bit. I think he'd look nice with some pointy ears, like Felix. He's gonna get ears like Felix, and he just needs. You know what? We're gonna circle his eyes out again, right? Just to help define them, just to help show where they are. And I think he could use one little thing to give him a little attitude, a little edge, right? We're just gonna give him a little 1, 2, 3, and there you go. The ideals and philosophies of the 1930s and of the rubber hose art style are very much so still alive and well, and can be seen today in the fact that you can very easily turn Sonic the Hedgehog into Mickey Mouse, because Sonic's design was very much inspired by Mickey Mouse. There you go! Ta-da! That's my magic trick. Do we have any homework, Teacher Gideon? Yeah, here's your homework. Go watch Betty Boop in The Impractical Jokester, Betty Boop House Cleaning Blues. Go watch all of the Popeye cartoons. Watch all of them. Every one of them. Watch Smile Darn You Smile. That's a very silly one. That's your homework. Watch some cartoons. Your homework is to watch cartoons. There you go. Gideon checks his front door and finds a cease and desist from Disney for drawing Mickey Mouse. So for now, we are going to call him Minky Moose for copyright reasons. Correct. Try not to be biased, but I think you are a great teacher at Rubber Hose Art, Gideon. And again, I'm trying to be objective here. Well, thank you very much. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I enjoyed this. That was a lot of talking in a short period of time. But hopefully all will go well. Yeah. Let me check out what Dan sent me for reference sake. Let's have a look-see. Yeah, no, I see that. I see that. I see exactly what you mean with that. with the Madness Combat guys with the floating hands. And you know what? Let's take this for example, right? Just real quick. How do I download this? Can I just download this? Open in browser. Here we go. Right? Let's use these guys even as an example, right? Like this is more, I mean, yeah, this is a great way to use this example. Where on my desktop did that save to? Here we go. Like these fellas from Madness Combat, right? Like if we take even their designs, right? What can we break them down into? Here we have, this head is just a circle. The body is just a rectangle. These hands, we could break them down, you know, each individual part of them into circles. Again, very sort of basic stuff. Yeah. The basic fundamentals and philosophies of drawing characters. Just draw a bunch of circles. If you want to know how to draw characters, you want to know how to draw freaking characters, just circles. Pretend you're playing Pokemon Ranger and draw circles. Yeah. I have learned so much, Mr. Voigtlander. I'm glad. I know this was a lot to take in all at once. My throat's killing me. I swear that first reminds me of the Madness Combat. Okay, I am going to grab some cider because I have some in my fridge. How would you guys like, before we jump into the game, and mainly so I can give my throat a little chance to catch up, I'm gonna make a poll. Should we watch it? I have another cartoon loaded up. Another cartoon? Should we watch another cartoon? I can finally make my dream Madness Combat by throwing shapes. Correct. Should we watch another cartoon? If you want to watch another cartoon, we'll watch another cartoon because I got another one. I'm going to the fridge to get some cider. I hate, bro. What happened? What? Let me refill my water. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just over here. I'm just over here. I'm at the sink. I get tap water. Where's my cider? Here's my cider. Usually what I will do is I will save the last little bit of cider I have at the end of the week for like at least to have one cup on stream. There we go. Okay. I have water. I have cider. Woo! Okay. You guys want to watch another cartoon? We're going to watch another cartoon. 8 votes. 88% of the vote says circles. Oh, circle the circles. KG, you got called out twice tonight. You got called out twice. Sorry. You know what I'm going to do too? I am going to save these notes. I'm going to save these notes real quick. Rubber Hose Cartooning 2025. I also find it really funny. I accidentally did a perspective with Sans here. This looks like pathetic. Maybe it's the way you're dressed. I was actually going to start watching a cartoon series anyway, but not any Rubber Hose ones. I was considering actually SWAT Cats. I've heard that show is very good. Everybody loves that show. Everybody who was born in the 80s loves that show. Yeah. I hear that was a good show. Everyone says that's good. Apparently that's getting a reboot. Apparently SWAT Cats is getting a reboot. Oh yeah, a lot of these things we erase these extra stuff. Yeah. Okay. Let's watch another cartoon. I'm going to put on another cartoon while we're here. I forgot Star Fox Sherwood was here. I've been checking it out for a while, and I feel SWAT Cats would be something I enjoy. Probably. Here, let me just... There we... Oh. There we go. I'm here. I'm back. Can confirm. SWAT Cats is peak. I watched that on Boomerang. It's peak. Yeah, I was on Boomerang? What? Huh. I never knew. Okay. Here I am. The next cartoon we have a second cartoon here tonight. And this is one of my favorites. This is Betty Boop and Grampy from 1935. I love this short, and when everybody's resting, he's always full of pep. He's got to be. There's a SWAT Cats reboot in the works? So I've heard. Dust of the Grapes. Because why not? See, look at him. His head's a circle.
Dear Betty, I'm giving a little party.
Just a little one.
Over, bring the gang.
The whole gang.
Such a darling.
Get ready to have this song stuck in your head.
I'm
on my way to Grampy's. He's such good company.
It's the only place to be.
Over at Grampy's house.
I'm on my way to Grampy's, for he always treats me nice. Always something on me.
Fleischer's a name you don't hear much, but oh golly, were they hitting innovations back then? No, seriously. For example, actually, wait, let me go back a second. Let me go back a second. I want to show something off. This is really, really cool. How do I get my thing here in VLC? Tools. Here we go. Tools. Let me just show this real quick. How do I pop out the thing? View. Here we go. Status bar. Here we go. If we just rewind for a second, right? Go back. Oh. No, not the status bar. Fleischer was genuinely like they were innovating like crazy. Add interface console. Here we go. No, that's not what I want. Oh golly. Oh, I killed it. Oh no, I killed it. I killed the cartoon. I accidentally killed the cartoon, but I got the menu I was looking for. Here we go. I fix. Okay, I wanted to show something. Oops. Here we go. Just, get that off screen. Okay, right? So let's just... This background right here. Pay attention to the background here. Pay very close attention here. This background is not 2D. This is a 3-dimensional modeled background that the cells of Betty are, it's not projected over the top of, but they're essentially projected over the top of. But that's a 3D background! Look at how cool that is! Oh, I love Fleischer so much! That's fine. Listen, people are giving free pianos away all the time. That's how they did it? Yeah! Real or CG? You know, real model backgrounds. There you go. She'll be fine. Listen, she's out of the burning building. She's safe now. Gideon, is that the show is about to start interface supposed to be there? Yeah. If that's part of the overlay, I can't get rid... Actually, can I get rid of that? I can! Look at that. You know what? We'll pop that out later. Look at these guys. And again, you can break all of these designs just down into their basic geometric shapes. And now we meet the star of the show himself. One of my favorite cartoon characters, Grampy. A weird old man who's always trying to help people make things just a little bit better. Ow. Florida traffic. Rubber hose cars are hysterical. They are. They're just boxes on wheels. I love them. Thunk. The wonders of technology. Foundation, who needs them?
Hello, Grampy dear. I brought you some company.
How do you do?
I love how so many dudes in 30s animation were built very thick. They were. Listen, dudes had positive body image back then. They were not ashamed to wear a little, to carry a little extra with them. I really hope that punch hasn't been sitting up there for like a week or so, because that's gonna be some fermented punch. Bro's so lazy he made a house to get up and get the door for him. Uh-huh. Here's the question, though. It probably is more effort to build that than to get the door. So is he really that lazy? Look at that little guy. You see his eyes, how they roll around the surface of the eyeball?
Is that good? Say, Grampy, how about some music?
Music?
He's gonna do the thing. He's gonna do the thing.
Let me think. Music.
Oh, nope, 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 nope. Oh. Hooray! I've got it! He said the thing! Just take that gas line right off there. Plug it with a potato, that's fine. Betty's eyes also rolled around, I've noticed. Uh-huh, see? See? Now that it's been pointed out, you're paying attention. Big thunk. That's how gloves work. Don't question it, it's a cartoon. I've known this man for a minute already and I'm in love. Same! See? You get it! We love Grampy in this house. Look at him! One of my genuinely, the guy on the side's getting hit. One of my favorite things about Grampy as a character is that, like, genuinely, you look at all the cartoons he appears in, and it almost always boils down to Grampy invents an invention to make his friends' lives better, or to help them out somehow, or just looks at things from a more positive angle. And that's something I really love about his character, is that he's all about looking at things from a new perspective, and putting things together, and making something to make life just a little bit better. This man might just be the grandfather of Rube Goldberg machines. Like, see? Whose Grampy is he? He's Rube Goldberg's Grampy. Gideon, do you have live chat on? I don't, thank you. Ow. 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 Look at them go! Look at them go! I guess I'm partial because of the circles you're in, since I'm a gym rat, when I'm not drawing epic gaming or geeking. Yeah! He is like Cracticus. Look at him schmoove. The moves on, he is moonwalking before Michael Jackson was even a concept. Bucket. At least Betty gets a proper chair. I will never grow tired of Grampy's silly legs. Over at Grampy's house. Yeah, that's a personal favorite cartoon of mine. Hi, VLC Media Player. Hi, VLC Media Player is my favorite 1930s cartoon. But yeah, Grampy's so energetic. He's out dancing the youngins. He's got energy for days. Yeah, you gotta watch out for old people. They'll surprise you. He's spry. He's energetic. Dan, he slept all day beforehand. This is true. He was snoozing. He's got the zoomies. Funny story, real quick. Funny story. So one of the things I did this week was I really, as I mentioned last week, I really cleaned my room, and then I redecorated and reorganized some stuff in my room. And there's space now where an area rug would really like tie the room together and look really nice. And so I ordered one online, and temporarily until it shows up, I have this Mario throw blanket on the floor to kind of like be a placeholder. Loki, I think she really likes how the room is rearranged because it's a little more spacious now. And so she's been running around like crazy in there. I will go to bed with the Mario blanket laid out nice and neat, and then wake up in the morning to find it scrunched up in a little ball. And while I was upstairs drawing today, I crumpled up a receipt and threw it off the desk for her to go and get, and she just starts running around and like dives into the blanket and drags it across the floor and crumples it up in a little ball. Yeah, it's so you want to see somebody with the zoomies. Grampy ain't the only one with the zoomies. It's Loki too. Hello, Sugar. Welcome to the stream. You have unfortunately just missed a beginner's guide to rubber hose cartooning, but you have not missed the Popeye game. We're gonna jump into that now. But yeah. I know I kind of barreled through everything, and I kind of went very quickly through it, but I hope that everything I tried to convey with a beginner's guide to rubber hose cartooning, I hope that was digestible and comprehensive. I hope you guys got something from that. And I would like to thank you guys, especially since I know I asked last week and you guys were cool with it. I would like to thank you very much for being my test audience and kind of helping me warm back up into this and getting my flow with this again, since it's been almost a year since I taught this class last, and I just have to refresh myself on the lesson and all. I'd like to thank you guys very much for being willing to help me sort of warm up and rehearse. Yeah. Here we go. Here's our overlay for Popeye game. Where is Popeye game? Popeye game is somewhere in my folders. I mean, not in my folders. I mean, yeah, I accidentally put the Super Famicom cartridge in a folder, and it's in my filing cabinet. Let me get that out. Oh, let me. Oh, where? Oh, there it is. There it is. Let me pull out my totally legitimate Super Nintendo Entertainment System. Oh, wait. I'll be right back. I just remembered something really cool. I'll be right. Oh my gosh! I just remembered. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry. I remembered something and I'm very excited about it. Oh, okay. Hi, I'm back. Sorry. Okay. Stay collected. Oh no, trust me, I am collected. I remembered something. Okay. My advice is chin up, Gideon. You may think you're scattered, but don't focus on how much you're scatterbrained and just focus on how you can stay on your 2 feet. Thank you. No, I'm the driver. No, I'm the driver. This is my car. We're in my punch buggy. You're under the hood, miss. You're the horsepower. Literally. Okay, so remember when I got my my Wii sensor bar to use with my totally legitimate Wii? Cool thing about this Wii sensor bar is that it doubles as a USB controller adapter, right? For totally legitimate Super Nintendos. And what you can do is, since the controllers from the SNES Classic Edition can be plugged in to a Wii remote, I can play my totally legitimate Super Nintendo with a real Super Nintendo controller. Heck freaking yeah! Woo! No, you get in the hood? Share? What? Excuse me? I'm a funny little cartoon man. Window noises? Oh yeah, Windows noises. Don't worry about that. What? Me get in? What do you mean me get in? We need Sherhoof for that. Get in the box and stay there, Gideon? No! I don't want to get in the box. The box is dingy and quiet. And it smells a little. Okay, let me pause this for a second. Input. Input configuration. Up. I just need to make sure I've got this in the right mode. Let me see. Give me 1 second. Because there's like a couple different modes to this adapter to get it to work. No, it's not that one. I got this. Listen, I got this to work with my totally legitimate Nintendo. I can get this to work with my totally legitimate Super Nintendo. Let's see. Input. This is not working. Let's try one more. There we go. That should work. I hope you don't mind the Windows noises. There's going to be a couple Windows noises. Windows noises are always fun. Let's see. There we go. All right. I'll have the game on screen in just a second. Technical difficulties, you know how it is. This always takes me a minute. Let's see. I should be able to... I should have tested this out. Oh. No, that was the mouse. The Super Nintendo mouse, as we all know, is a real thing. Actually, though. This will just take me a minute. Oh, golly, I really want this to work. Input. Input configuration. Does it not work? Does it not? Oh, because I have to turn on the controller. Wow. Good job, Gideon. You have to actually turn on the Wii remote for it to connect. I am very intelligent. I have a lot in my brain. I have too much in my brain. There we go. I got it. B-A-Y-X. Start, select, L-R, up left, up right, down right. Oh, wait, no, that was down left. Down right. No, down right. Down left. And this needs to be left. Huh? There we go. Okay, I got it. I got it, everybody. We figured it out. Let me put this on screen. Beep. Don't worry about that little message down there. That doesn't mean anything. That means nothing. That means nothing. See, it would be wise for me to take the wheel. Listen, I'll think about it, ma'am. I'll consider letting you take the wheel. Do you have a driver's license, miss? Can you drive legally? It would be irresponsible of me to allow someone without a driver's license to drive my car. Furthermore, you're not on my insurance. You are not on my insurance. Why should I let you drive? Technos Japan. They make games, I think. Yes, I do. Oh, you actually have a oh. Well, you're not on my insurance. They called her the Sea Hag. She was a cruel witch who always used her magic to bother other people. But there is one man who's not afraid of her magic. That brave man's name is Popeye. Thanks to Popeye, all her schemes and pranks keep falling flat. Let me just move this over. With each loss to Popeye, the sea hag wonders what she can do to get back at him. Mom said it's my turn to drive. I'm not messing with your mom. Your mom is a scary lady. I'm not messing with her. This is the castle where the sea hag lives. A dubious place indeed. What do you mean microwave? Huh? Let's have a little peek. Have a little peek inside the castle. Oh, little feller. I forget his name. Nice chin, lady. It looks like she's making a new kind of magic, and the look on her face is more serious than ever. Could it be that she's creating magic that could get Popeye in trouble?
Darn tootin', my pretties. When it's finished, I'll turn those friends of Popeye's into stone. I've given my magic a real boost this time. That Popeye will never see it coming. He'll be in a pickle to remember. Bubble, bubble, toil and trouble.
Oh. Now what's going on with Popeye? What's Popeye doing right now? It's Yoshi's Island! Literally the plot of SMB1. Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? She's gonna turn the Popeye's friends into horsehair plants. It's worth noting this is more based off of the new... Oh, Popeye.
Boy, oh boy, this ship's seen better days. Seems no matter how many times I fix her up, the old girl keeps going. Well, well, if it ain't olive oil. What are you up to, sweetheart?
This text is scrolling too slowly for me.
Oh, save me, Popeye! I'm gonna wind up as stone just like the rest of your friends. Oh, Hearts, you gotta look for...
Oh. Oh.
Wow! What in the world is this? Olive's a piece of rock now? Holy smokes. Now, just a second, Olive. Just a second. Olive was saying something. Me friends, stone, hearts, kingdom hearts. You mean to say all me friends are rocks now? Talk about some rock-solid friendships I got there. I gotta go help them. I loves ya, Olive Oil. Don't worry. I'll be back to help ya.
I have too little in my brain.
Oh, let's see. What do I do about these hearts? Hey, there's one.
My Popeye voice, I'll admit, isn't the best.
I'm strong to the finish because I eats me spinach.
Let's see. You know, just remember the core memory. Did I just unlock a core memory for you by accident, Dan? Dang, this game is literally just Yoshi's Island with that overworld map. It really is. Meanwhile, on a hill on the outskirts of town, for whatever reason, General Bunzo is up to something, and he's brought along some men. There are men here. What's that sparking thing supposed to be? Am I in a place like this? I don't know, but I'd say this looks like something the army should have. Give it to the Marines. All right, attention! I'm only going to say this once, so listen up. I want those sparkling things in our hands at all costs. Get out there and don't come back until you've found them. Understand? Good! Now get out of my face! There they go. They're off! It's a day at the races! I don't know why, but I can remember I had this old PC from the library. One of them had a weird CGI Popeye animated thing. Can't remember the name of it, though. Oh! That sounds interesting. What's this? Reward? 1,000,000 gold for whoever finds the most sparkly things scattered around the islands. Oh, General Bunzo. He was written by him. Why, if I had that much money,
I'd be on easy street for life. All right, you'll never find more than me.
Let's see, but on the same CD was some weird sci-fi gritty thing that had animal characters that were cyborgs or something. And one of them died and came back as a zombie or something? It traumatized me.
What's all this? I don't believe it. Why, if I had that much money, nobody'd ever look at me the same way again.
See, there's Wimpy.
And that lovely olive oil. Should drop that wet rag Popeye and be mine at last.
This intro is long. Yeah, there's a lot going. There's a lot of story here.
Okay, time to get a searching. I'll just plunder those other suckers. Finds and make sure I get that reward.
I may be stupid. Same. And so, the prank that the sea hag pulled on Popeye has got the whole island in a fuss. It's quite an event. My announcer voice has changed 3 times now. I should have started out with the transatlantic accent. Now, will Popeye save his friends and his beloved olive oil and keep the skin on his nose all the while? Let's see. He brought men? Dang. Next time he might even he brought men? Dang. Next time he might even draw women, children, and elders too. Look at this! Popeye, Tale of the Teasing Witch Hag. I have the wrong title on here. I have the literal translated title from Wikipedia. Bop him! Bop Bluto! Go get him! Spinch. Eat the spinch! Yes! Yes! Sock him! Violence! I love this already. All right, let's play the game. I drove on the wrong side of the road. Wait, what? I drove on the wrong side of the road when I failed the second time because I was nervous. Oh. Hey, if it makes you feel any better, I failed the parallel parking 4 times. Funny story about me getting my driver's license, right? Wimpy! We need to get this man a hamburger, stat! But yeah, fun fact about when I got my my driver's license. I had to take the written test 4 times. Whoa, we've got a game board here. I had to take the written test like 4 times. Because like every time I was like hanging on by the skin of my teeth and like would fail like 1 question, right? And I would be done. And then when it came to the actual like driving part, ooh! When it came to the actual driving part, oh. What? I pressed select. Oh. Okay. Yeah, oh, I gotta go to the hearts. How do I go? Oh, there's a spinner. It's Chibi Robo Ziplash. I can move 1 space. Oh Lord, he coming! Oh Lord, he coming! How do I... Okay, I don't know what's going on. I have... Oh, we're fighting. It's a fighting game. Hit him! Okay, this is that. Excuse me. What do you mean? Oh, I can Goomba stomp him. Spinch. Sock him! Yeah! Punch! Violence! Okay! I got him. Did I win? Oh, I got a heart for that. Okay, cool.
Well, blow me down.
All right. Now can I move? Yes! This way, to the heart. So anyway, my driver's test. Basically, the previous instructors claimed I was... Oh, wait. I remember for the test, I passed on it... I intentionally said my actions out loud in long monologue, checking back windows, hitting the gas to be clear as to the instructor as possible. Basically, the previous instructor claimed I was too vague about my plans and behavior behind the wheel, so I made sure to be super blunt and transparent during the successful test. Nice! I passed my driver's test the first time, barely. Nice. But yeah, well, firstly, may I just say, this is a Castlevania game. We've got the strut, we've got the whip, Popsylvania, and I can run. Ooh! I think we just found a good light, and it's Mario now. We're going through pipes. I mean, it's only fitting. Mario inspired Popeye, so of course Popeye inspired Mario. So, of course, Mario games would inspire Popeye. But yeah, my driver's test, right? I'm talking about that. I passed on the 4th attempt of the written test and on the 4th attempt of the actual, like, driver's test. And I only passed because when I went to take my driver's test, it was during, like, the peak of COVID going on. So I had to go to a testing facility in gosh darn New York, because all the places in New Jersey were closed. And when I did, the instructor made it very clear. He's like, okay, listen, you are going to do exactly what I say. You are going to do exactly as I tell you, and you are going to pass this test, and you are never going to have to come back here again. And I'm like, and I'm just sitting there in the car, very intimidated by this man, like, oh, okay, oh, whatever you say. And I only passed the parallel parking because he, like, walked me through it. Which, thankfully, in the almost 4 years it's been, I think, since I got my driver's test, I have not used parallel parking once. You give me 5G, I'll give you a full stomach. Let's see. Dish it up. Looks nasty. Dish it up. Give me a full tummy. Yeah! Meat! See? We're even getting chicken. This really is Castlevania. You know, if anyone mentions Star Fox or Castlevania in my convo, I'll be there. I would actually hate doing that. Yeah. Well, keep in mind, it wasn't New York City. It was New York State. Which is slightly different. One is the actual state. The other is just the city. Oh, Lord. He coming. Get out of there, Popeye. I'll make you a deal. 3 boost tankers for 30G. I ain't got that kind of money. I don't need it. This game is kind of, the structure is kind of weird, but I kind of like it. Can I get on the boat? I can! Where are we going? Where's it gonna take me? Nice tiling there. We're sailing. So this game is Mario Party and Castlevania? Yeah, pretty much actually. It's like any of the Mario Party story modes, but with Castlevania thrown in there. I like it. It's funky. Ooh! It's like Mario Party, Castlevania, Mario Land 2 all rolled in one. I like this. This is good.
Well, blow me down. We actually found a good license game.
I can't do the Popeye laugh. I can't get those with my whip. I love how Popeye has an anchor whip. That's cool! Listen, all I'm saying, Popeye is public domain now. We can make... Oh! Can I try the stage again? Do I have to roll again? Please tell me I don't have to roll again. Please tell me I can just go back into the level. We could make this... We could make a new Popeye Castlevania game. That's all I'm saying. Oh. Can I just... I can't just go back in the level. I can't. Okay, I don't think I like that. Mario Party mention. Whoa! Burbs! What? Oh, jeez Louise! Let's see, my mom couldn't believe I was buying a meal for $150, but she lets me. Yeah, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money for a meal, but you know what? When you're going to a nice restaurant, it's worth it at least. Ooh. I think she thought I was eating it by myself. No, you're having it with a friend. Ooh, Popeye's public domain. Time for another horror game. Actually, we haven't... Spinch. Spinch. Is that a Roadrunner? No, it's a Condor. Punch him. Yeah! Punch him! Punching birds! Let's go! I love video games that let me punch birds. Ooh! A life and some chicken. I am not eating all that by myself. Yeah, that's a huge meal. So do I have to... Yeah, we have to keep walking around. I can see that getting a little annoying. So then I guess we land here and we just roll again. We can go gambling. If I got a 1, I'm going gambling. You know what? 2, we're going gambling. Ooh. Oh! Let's go gambling! How do I bet? Okay, bet $3. Oh, the buttons are color coordinated, aren't they? Here we go. Ooh. That's not gonna be nothing. Which button is it? This is a Super Nintendo controller. This is not Famicom. The buttons are purple. Did you just get spinach, punch a bird so hard it turned into a soul and a roast chicken? Only in Rubber Hose. Correct! Only in Rubber Hose can you have a character get so furious that their head turns into a teapot to express just how angry they are. I say we go back to the forest, or try to go back to the forest. Pluto! Get him! I gotta jump on him. The intro showed me I gotta jump on him. He's got the Sonic. Oh, he's out of here. Okay. Never mind. Pluto is just here to annoy you. You should tell that guy, bet your personality is as bland as your expectations. Sugar, you heard it here first. 2. Okay, we can go to the tree. We can go to tree.
Well, blow me down.
Oh, we're back here. Okay. Hey, isn't this where we were before and I was coming here for a heart? Bonk. My man's left. He's gone. Things to do. Pluto has things to do. He has stuff to steal. He has hearts to steal. He has boats to steal. I'm guessing the heart is gone. He has windows to make dirty so that he can clean them and charge people. No, but like, why did they have to make it say "blow me down" in big letters during each minigame? Well, that's Popeye's catchphrase. So you have to keep in mind. You have to keep in mind. Popeye is from a very different time, back when such things had less negative connotations. That's his thing. He says that. Ooh. Popeye is my favorite Belmont. People ask you, oh, who's your favorite Belmont? I like Trevor. I like Simon. I like Richter. Me, I like Popeye. He's my favorite Belmont. I can whip up! Dude, I can whip up! Ooh. Gotta jump. Can I... Yeah! Oh, this is rad! This game is cool! I don't like the board game style level progression. That's giving me some big Chibi Robo Ziplash vibes. Come here. Bop! Sock him! Punch him! Give him the old left hook! That was a really short level. Yeah. Well, life and some chicken. I noticed that a lot of the Popeye episodes show that a dude doing genuine hard work ends up off better than someone trying shortcuts. Yeah, absolutely. There's a certain element of, hey, just be genuine. Be a good person. Don't be a jerk, you know? And genuinely, though, usually it is, you'll have, for example, one of my favorites is the painless window washer, where you've got Bluto starting up a window washing business where he's making the windows dirty first and then cleaning them, and just charging people, and who comes and snoops in while Popeye is trying to clean the windows of an office building. Olive Oil is working in, and she's just, he's just like, no, I'm
friends doing it today.
Yeah, typically it is, don't be a jerk. Be a nice person. Don't touch cactuses, they hurt you. Popeye's great. Popeye is very blue collar. He is. I mean, he's a sailor, you know? This man's part of the Navy. Look at him. Fun fact, actually. Funny thing about Popeye is that, so the technical version of Popeye that went public domain is the original version of Popeye from the newspaper comics he first showed up in, which, funnily enough, was a newspaper comic about Olive Oil's family. And they all had, like, oil-based names. Like, there was castor oil and, obviously, olive oil. And Popeye was just a joke side character that showed up and really resonated with readers. So the author just started putting him in more and more stuff. And then Fleischer got the rights to start making Popeye cartoons. Fun fact, actually, Popeye's first appearance in an animated cartoon is in a Betty Boop cartoon. He shows up as a background character. I am close to death. But I don't have any more hearts to save Wimpy with. I need to save Wimpy! Let's see. Well, no, that I understand. People are still stuck to newer phrases and don't really understand phrases, and don't mean just one thing. Like when I say creamed, it literally means more pulverized definition, not unsanitary definition. I need to know, Gideon, is there someone named Vegetable Oil? Let's look. You know what? We're finding it out. What are the names of Olive Oil's family members? What's Olive Oil's family called? The Oil family. From the Popeye the Sailor wiki. This is fandom wiki, oh well. We have Nana Oil and Cole Oil are the mom and dad. Other members of the Oil family include Castor's estranged wife, Celinda Oil, her cousin, Sutra Oil, and her two sons, Otto Oil and Lubricant Oil. Recently, Olive's nieces, Diesel Oil and Violet Oil, appeared in the cartoons. That's from the Popeye fandom wiki. Here we go, from Wikipedia itself. From Wikipedia. Olive Oil is a cartoon character created by E.C. Seeger in 1919 for his comic strip Timble Theater. The strip was later renamed Popeye after the sailor character that became the most popular member of the cast. However, Olive Oil was a main character for a decade before Popeye's 1929 appearance. So there you go. History, portrayals, personality. She played as Shelley Duvall in the movie. So there you go. There's the names of of Olive's family. Here we go, from a better, more accurate wiki. Let's see. Olive has a large family and regularly spends time with them, including her brother Castor Oil, their mother Nana Oil, after banana oil, a mild slang phrase at the time, her father Cole Oil, and Castor's estranged wife Celinda Oil. Diesel, such. So yeah, those are all correct. So there you go. There is no vegetable oil, sadly. No vegetable oil. Sorry. There's no crude oil either. All right. Who wants to make some Popeye the Sailor Man OCs? Popeye started as a side character. Never knew that. Yeah, he started out as a side character. I mean, when you think about it, that happens a lot, especially in older newspaper comics, right? Like we were talking about that before, about how a lot of the animators who started out, you know, in the 30s and 20s and whatnot, making cartoons, started out as newspaper cartoonists, right? And like that happens a shocking amount, where you'll have a side character that's more popular than the main character, who will then wind up upstaging the main character. Look at Snoopy, right? Charlie Brown is the main character of Peanuts, but Snoopy is the most popular character and is like the face of the brand. Let's see, I never knew that Popeye, of all things, had a fandom wiki. Popeye doesn't just have one fandom wiki, there's two. There's two Popeye fandom wikis. I literally just, there's Popeye the Sailorpedia, and then there's just Popeye the Sailor wiki. I kind of like Popeye the Sailorpedia a little better. That one's a little nicer. That one's a little more organized. Let's see. So I'm still kind of grinding on that. Lol. Oh, on an unrelated topic, I'm currently active in 3 Newgrounds collabs at the moment. Very nice. There's one good example that I can think of. What you got? I gotta be careful. I don't want to die. Ooh, spikes. Oh, Sonic 3. Sonic 3 moment. Hello. Ooh, oh, dear. Okay, just be careful. Whip up, whip up, whip up. There we go. Ever seen the live action movie? I have. It's the definition of mid. I actually just bought it on DVD. I saw it at the store. I saw it at Walmart on Tuesday when I went grocery shopping. It was $5. I'm like, I'm literally teaching Rubber Hose cartoons this week. I've always heard it's a fun movie. I've always wanted to see it. It's gosh darn Robin Williams, for crying out loud. There's the heart! So I literally just bought it. I'm gonna watch it on Sunday. Okay, now we just gotta have to live. Let's see. Y'all remember when there was gonna be a movie a few years ago that got canceled? Yes! I will eternally be sad about the Popeye movie from Sony Animation that got canceled. Genndy Tartakovsky, the creator of Dexter's Lab, was set to direct that, and they created a test animation with Tom Kenny, who most of you would know as the voice of SpongeBob, as the voice of Popeye, and he does he's a huge fan of old cartoons. He's gotten together once or twice now with the Fabulous Fleischer Cartoons group, which are a group of people that are looking to preserve all of the old Fleischer cartoons. Like, he's gotten together with his band and helped promote some of their events, and he does a phenomenal Popeye voice, and he was gonna be the voice of Popeye in that, which I am eternally sad that got canceled. And presumably, it was canceled in favor of the Emoji Movie, and I will never not be upset about that. Let's see. What exactly happened to it? Why was it canceled? Not really sure. I guess the folks at Sony were just like, no, kids don't want to see Popeye. It's like, well, maybe the adults want to see it, dummy. Adults watch cartoons too, you know. There's a chicken up there. I can't get it. No! I hesitated, and then I fell in the pit. Gideon, thoughts on the Tiana series being canceled? For reference, Tiana from Princess and the Frog. I am very upset about that. I still got the heart, so it counts. Firstly, I think it's absolutely ridiculous that on one hand, we get this announcement from Disney saying that they're going to be doubling down on traditional animation, and they're going back to traditional animation, and then immediately they cancel a whole lot of traditionally animated projects, such as, but not limited to, the Tiana show. Furthermore, they just went through the process of extensively rebranding Splash Mountain, you know, the ride at Disneyland that was formerly themed after Brer Rabbit, you know, Song of the South. That's a controversial one right there. They went through all that trouble rebranding that ride to a Tiana-themed ride to promote this new show, just to go and cancel it, like, I think 2 months prior to its scheduled release. And it's like, huh? Huh? Why? Disney, what the frick are you doing? I'm convinced that Disney hates themselves. Genuinely, I am convinced that modern-day Disney hates the identity of Disney and hates being associated with cartoons and things that are fun and fun-loving and that are partly for children but can be enjoyed by adults by their unnecessarily need to remake everything. And ugh! Pluto! I gotta jump on him. Oh, I don't think I can. I don't think I can beat Bluto. I think we just have to survive Bluto. Objective, survive. Let's see. You died in a pin-sized hole. I know. How did I do? That takes a certain level of skill to die like that. 2. Yay. Go. Popeye, go. Popeye, go. Move. Who the bleep thought, oh yeah, this IP is very recognizable? Nah. The Emoji Movie. That'll make us more. The people at Sony. The Punisher is one of my favorite Marvel characters, but I had no idea for the longest time he was just a one-off foil to Spider-Man at the beginning. Disney these days is literally running all their classics with useless ruining their classics with useless remakes. They're literally trying to rewrite their own history. Yeah, it frustrates me. The very concept of the Snow White live-action movie genuinely makes me, like, as you know, as an animation enthusiast, as a cartoonist myself, as someone who, you know, cartoons are very special to me. Snow White, for crying out loud, is a very like, that's my dad's favorite movie, right? And, like, that movie has always had a very special place in, like, my heart and with my family. The witch said something in Japanese and tried to give me a seizure. The very concept of that movie's existence makes me mad. Because the original Snow White, Walt's vision with the original Snow White, was to create a movie, to create a full feature-length animated film to prove that you can make just as compelling of a story in animation as you can in live action. That animation isn't just limited to short stories and can tell actual full-length feature films. And the live-action Snow White remake just completely spits in the face of that concept, and I cannot be more upset with them in the trailer saying, "Watch the story come to life." It was already alive, unlike me. I'm making a quesadilla. Would you like a picture of how big I'm making it? Yes. Gideon, I'm gonna stop you there. Go right ahead. What you got? What you got to stop me with? Pooh! Can I get the heart? Yes. Wolverine was made to be a Hulk villain, I believe, before he was rebranded into the X-Men. And Deadpool, I believe, was just a mute mercenary guy in the X-Men comic before he became Deadpool. Yeah, a funny thing about Deadpool is literally just a recolor. He's literally just a rehash of another character by the same... I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the character that's now Slade in, like, you know, when you think, like, Teen Titans, that guy. I know Slade has, you know, a life outside of Teen Titans, but that's just where I immediately know him from. If I'm not mistaken, that character was the creator of Deadpool's first attempt at making the character, who went absolutely nowhere. It was not a success. A couple years later, slaps the guy in a red suit instead of an orange and black suit and just does the same thing again. Let's see. I've seen Snow White movie. We both know she isn't my favorite simply because she's boring. But I want you to consider this. Yes, I will consider. It's the most satisfying failure in recent movie history. Which one? Ow, fire in the pipes. Oh! Zappy Bug. Zappy Bug! Yep, you're right, Gideon. Deadpool was just a Marvel-branded parody of Deathstroke. Yes, Deathstroke! That's who it was. Yeah, and it was the exact same creator, too. Like, it was the same writer, same character designer, same dude. Fun fact, Joker was actually meant to die in his first appearance. Really? Was he? That I didn't know. Gideon, yes, sugar. There's the heart. How do I get it? How do I get that heart? I gotta get... Fiddlesticks. I was supposed to jump on him, I'll bet. Unless... Whoop. Maybe... Does this game work by Kirby rules? Do the enemies respawn? Snow White was boring to me because there wasn't a lot to go off as the first Disney Princess animated movie. What do you think of Inside Out 2? I actually haven't seen it. I've heard it's very good, though. Whoop. Please tell me he respawns. Yes, he respawns! Okay. And... Yes! No! Oh, I can't get that high. Okay. Maybe I gotta go back. There wasn't a lot to go off. Yeah. Cool. Let's see. I find Deathstroke really cool, but it's kind of hilarious how he's more mainstream. How much more mainstream Deadpool would become. How do I get up there? I need... Excuse me, sir. How do I get? How do I get? Wait, am I being silly? I am being silly! There was an obvious solution and I completely missed it. It was Inui is My Baby. That's my favorite song from Chibi Robo's soundtrack. Inui. There we go, we got another heart! Woo! Popeye the Sailor Man! That's the thing though, right? Like, yes, see, I can understand and I can appreciate the angle of wanting to expand, right? Maybe the real heart was the friends we made along the way. Maybe it was. I can appreciate the idea of remaking things that deserve a remake, right? Like, objectively flawed things, right? Like, the Queen was definitively cruel, but without reading the original books, where would you know this information from? Was she supposed to be the king's new fiancée? Snow White's a slave? Context was not its strong suit. Well, no, the context is provided right in the opening to the movie. It isn't established. It's established that in the opening of Snow White, it's established that the Queen is Snow White's stepmother. Now, granted, the context they never give is whatever happened to her father, but that the Queen put her in rags so that the reason why she's a slave, and a slave quote unquote, like why she appears like one, why she wears rags and stuff, is because the Queen knew that she was the fairest in the land, but wanted to make her less fair so that she could be the fairest in the land. So she intentionally dressed her in rags and stuff, and made her do hard work and be dirty and stuff, so that she would be less appealing and less fair to appeal to the Queen's own vanity, so that she could be the fairest in the land. Like, granted, I will admit that the context can be missed, and you do have to think about, like, okay, what's going on here again? But, like, it's still there. Now, granted, I can appreciate... Well, yes, the mirror I'm talking about beforehand. Oh, the mirror? Oh, yeah, where's the mirror come from? They never established that in the movie. That's true. That's fair. How did Snow White end up with the Queen? Well, because that's her stepmother. That's her stepmama. So presumably presumably something happened to the king, that the king is no longer here, and she's stuck with the stepmama. Did I get the heart? I think I got the heart. I think I got the heart. I forget. Can I just jump up here? I can. You know what? I want to go through the pipe. It's fun. But yeah, I can appreciate the idea of wanting to expand on it, right? Like if you're remaking Snow White simply for the purpose of, we want to tell more of this story, we want to explore the characters more, we want to do something interesting and new with it, that's one thing. That's completely one thing. I can understand that. I mean, Disney's version of Snow White is not... I mean, that's not the original story. It's an adaptation in its own right. So having an adaptation of Disney's adaptation, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't... See, that part, that's fine, right? If that's what they want, simply all they wanted to do, that's one thing. But, like, that's not what they're doing. The entire strategy with Disney's modern live-action remakes of their classic animated films, they've talked about this. Eisner or Iger, or whoever is the president of Disney, has talked about this. How, like, the entire crux of it is they want to make... They have literally said the animated versions are the ones for the kids. These are more mature. These are the ones for when the grown-ups want to watch a movie. And it's like, you are literally Disney. You are literally Disney, and you do not understand the concept that animation is not a genre made for children and is instead just a medium for telling stories and creating art, right? Right? Like, oh. I'm dead. I got so focused on being mad about Disney that I died. I like the Cinderella story where the stepsisters cut their toes off. Was that in the remake? That's in the original Grimm's Fairy Tales. In the original Grimm's Fairy Tales version, her name is Ash Puddle. And the move forward 6 space. Oh, cool! This is gonna put me right back where I was. Roll a 2. Roll a 2. Roll a 2. Boo. Actually, wait. Oh, wait, that's perfect. Aren't the live-action versions just as kiddie, if not more, than the animated versions? Sometimes. Sometimes not. I don't know. But genuinely, like, the whole, like, concept with them is like, yeah, we're gonna make this for the adults now. We're gonna make it live-action. And then they make something like like Mufasa. And it's like, oh. Granted, I'm not one that likes to judge movies he hasn't seen yet, but from what I have seen of that movie, I'm still not impressed. Oh, geez, that's a crushy thingy. The animated ones are for kids. Looks at every single really violent death in the old princess movies. Yeah, sure. Yep. Maleficent literally calling on the powers of hell. Yep. As for kids. As for babies. Baby, oh baby, that's for babies. Sent the quesadilla. Oh, can I, I think I can. I think I can. Whoop. Yeah. Oh! I killed myself. Oops. Animated movies can be for everyone. How does Disney, of all people, not understand this? I don't know. I'm baffled. That's a big quesadilla. Holy Toledo. That looks good. Guys, we've got food. We've got food. We have food. Excuse me, Pop. I'm gonna put Popeye on the taskbar for a second. Guys, we have food. Food just dropped. Soda can for reference. For scale. Quesadilla. I love how the heat from the frying pan is smoking up your camera lens. That's great. That's a quesadilla if I've ever seen one. With can for scale. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da. If I had like a trigger food like Popeye that made me like burst into action, right? It'd be a slice of pizza. This is a chicken and cheese quesadilla. Ooh, chicken and cheese. Lightning strikes. Ah! That stole my health. 4. Yes! That's what I need. There we go. Animation is a tool to create a story for all to enjoy. You can make animations for kids, for mature audiences, for both. That's kind of the beauty of it. Bring your ideas to life. Exactly. It's a medium. It's a medium just as any other thing is. It's a medium just like film is. You know, it's not just... Sure, animation does heavily appeal to children. And there is a lot of animation out there for children. But it's not exclusively like, oh, this is for the kids. It's like, this can be used to tell a story about anything. You can literally create anything with animation. Anything. You know, while you have limitations with live action... Gosh darn it, lightning strike. While you have limitations with live action, I think the game is punishing me for trying to land on the same stage over and over again. While live action has more limitations, there is literally nothing you can't do in animation. So why limit yourself to just making things for children? You know? Bluto! He's here to steal my hearts! He's here to take me out on a date. And take me down to the malt shop. So we can get some sody pops. He's gonna steal my heart. Oh. Yeah. Ooh! That's a good looking case quesadilla. Quesadilla. I love pronouncing things wrong on purpose. Let me find the quesadilla. Where'd the quesadilla go? Here we go. Quesadilla. Yeah, South Park made a movie. Exactly. Look at this quesadilla. I am going to keep pronouncing it quesadilla. Modern day Family Guy. Ugh. Look at that. That's a thick chicken and cheese quesadilla if I have ever seen one, ladies and joins. Let's see. It's getting late for me, so I'll go to bed now. But have a great night, and thank you for the wonderful stream as usual, my guy. Anytime. Thank you very much for tuning in and popping by, my guy. Thank you very much. Have a great night. Get some good sleep. And yeah, thanks for popping by. Okay. Give me a 4. 3? 3. I can... Actually, 3 is, I think, is what I need. I have the same cooking oil, by the way. Twinning. Nice. Ooh. You know what baffled... Okay, genuinely baffling thing, right? Disney... Oh, yeah. Another thing, right? Oh, yeah, let's make these live-action remakes. Let's make these live-action remakes for the adults and call them live-action. And then let's make The Lion King. And it might... It's still animated. It don't call that live-action. It's animated. Anyway... what baffles me though, right? Like we're gonna remake Snow White. We're gonna remake Lilo and Stitch. Like, did they realize? Oh, never mind. I literally just can't get through there. Cool. Does Disney not realize that all the money that they spend on remaking these movies and marketing these remakes, they could just like spend that money on putting the older movies that are already made and they don't need to spend additional money on the production of that they own back in the theaters and turn a net profit. Just put the old movie. I would literally I would pay top dollar to see Sleeping Beauty is one of my favorite, like, Disney. It is my favorite Disney movie. It's a magnificent, it's a masterpiece of animation. Hello, Ouija. Welcome to the stream. Sleeping Beauty is an absolute masterpiece, genuinely. It is a breathtaking movie. It is a magnificent sounding movie. It's just incredible. It's fantastic. I have it on DVD for a reason. I would pay top dollar to see Sleeping Beauty in theaters again. Just put the old movies are not disposable. Animation is not disposable. These things were made to be watched on a big screen in the movies, right? That's literally what they were designed, how they were designed to be experienced. So just put them back in there. Put them back in the movies. Last year, my mom and I went to see Spider-Man 2. We went to see Spider-Man, as I talked about this on stream, we went to see Spider-Man 2 because they were showing all 3 of the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies. They were actually showing all of the Spider-Man movies, including the Andrew Garfield ones, and then I think the Tom Holland ones as well. They were showing all of the Spider-Mans, all the Spider-Men in the theaters again. And so once I found out, I was like, Ma, you and I both love Spider-Man 2. We're going to see it. And she was like, okay. And so we did, and it was fantastic. I paid $10 for that ticket, but it was incredible. Just do that. Just put old movies back in the theaters, you know? You don't need to remake these movies because the original are just fine. The originals are just fine and deserve to be put back into cinemas. After all, to quote Cogsworth, if it ain't Baruch, don't fix it. Oh! Let's see. Funny you mentioned that. They're putting Star Wars Episode 3 Revenge of the Sith back in theaters for its anniversary, so Disney will do that. But for their OG movies, nah. We need to cash in on Star Wars. Also, I was unaware that was happening. Guys, don't look. Don't look. This stage is not safe for work. We need to blur the screen. This is not allowed on my Christian Minecraft server. We've censored it. She censored the stage. Popeye, you can't be doing this. Thank you. Oh, I was on spikes down there? Oh. When they re-showed The Labyrinth in theaters, that was how I first watched it. Yeah, dude, I saw... Granted, this wasn't released by Disney, right? Oh, there's the heart! I saw, for its 75th anniversary, I saw Singing in the Rain. The same day I saw Sonic 2, actually. I saw that with my brother, and then I went to go see Singing in the Rain, and it was amazing. Like, you can just put old movies back in the theaters, and they're phenomenal. Yes! Goal! Woo! Good Lord, Gideon! Good Lord, he's naked! What if they started out as live-action CGI, but then got remade into animation? I mean, even with that, that would be freaking rad, right? That'd be cool. I love animation. You love to see stuff animated. If the animated version adds something new, cool, but at the same time, I would still want to see... I think I would still want to see something new be made, rather than just a remake. You know? Even in that case, I would still want to see a brand new movie, rather than, I don't know, just a live-action movie I've seen remade in animation. I mean, unless the animation adds something, like, really cool and new to it, and it's like, I don't know, just, again, put the original back in. I'm still gonna love to see that, don't get me wrong. But, at the same time, you know. Let's see. Speaking of heading out, I'm going to do that as well. Been a bit of a rough week, but with this and Dungeons & Dragons tomorrow, I got Weekend Recharge. Very nice. Well, thank you very much for tuning in, Dan. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thanks for coming by. Have a great night. Enjoy D&D tomorrow. Whoop. That was a short stage. No, it doesn't. That makes you a hypocrite? Huh? Immediately after I get here, it blurs. Gosh, dang it. Yeah, my bad, guys. Good job, Ouija. You got the stream censored. How does it... Wait. How does what I said make me a hypocrite? Genuinely. Move forward 3 spaces. Here we go. Spin and receive double coins. Ooh! 40 coins. I need a 2. Give me a 2. 2, 1. Again, I would rather, if we're gonna remake, I mean, I don't know, I'd rather us not remake stuff. You know? I don't know. That's an interesting conundrum. Where it's like, well, would you want something... Here we go, move forward 2 spaces. Can we save Wimpy now?
Try flipping the switches and stop the barrels.
Okay. Let's see. It being remade to being animated would be awesome statement, makes you a hypocrite. Well, no, but well, sure. Yes, I understand that makes me a hypocrite, but my point is that I don't want that. Like, sure, that would be neat just because I enjoy animation. I'm not gonna deny that wouldn't be cool to see something remade in, you know, I don't know what Granny was trying to tell me. But I doesn't necessarily mean I want it. It would be cool, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I want it. Sure, sometimes live action remakes can be cool. I'm not gonna say that they're not. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that's what I want.
Did you see coal oil anywhere?
Oh, an anchor! I got an anchor. I don't know what that does. Please don't hit me. He's here now. Okay. 2. I don't know where to go. Are there still more hearts to find? I should really look around the map. You can't... The game doesn't let you... Oh. I don't... Once you've rolled the dice, the game... the wheel. The game doesn't let you look around anymore. So you kind of have to look around before... Oh, hi, Olive. How you doing? Let's put in $3. Boats. Boats? No boats. Come on, big money. Come on, big money. Nope. Fiddles. Wait. Nope. I mean, media-like movies are meant to be escape from reality. Animation is more of an escape than live action. I don't know. That's a tough one. It's an interesting question, I will admit. Where it's like, again, it's not necessarily something I want to see, right? Like, where do I go? Genuinely, where do I, I've got all the hearts. Do I have to find Bluto now? Now that I've got the hearts, do I gotta, like, punch Bluto in the face? Do I have to go to one of the houses? Maybe I have to go to the anchor. Maybe that's what I have to do. Here we go. 6, there we go. Pardon me, sir. Oh, we're fighting. We're having a fight. I love how this music starts out as not Mario 3. Bum, 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 ba da ba da ba. Oh, I'm dead. Well, that means I can get out of fighting him. He doesn't steal my hearts if I die to him, does he? Ooh. How do I say? I need to save Wimpy. I don't need food. Oh, well, I took the food anyway. Cool. I did not mean to do that. But yeah, you know. And again, like, if a live-action remake does something interesting, right? I'm not saying they're all bad. They're not all bad. I'm sure that they do interesting things from time to time. My problem with them is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. My problem with them is that they're unnecessary. That you don't need to remake these movies in live action. And a lot of them don't do anything new or interesting or even take away from the original. That's my beef. What do I do? I don't know what to do. Like, coal oil is in trouble. Okay, oh, but okay, I have to look for coal oil. I have a frog! I got frog! We have acquired frog. We have to find coal oil. How do I I need to roll the dice. DMs? Okay. Let's see. Let's see. 1983, Fraggle Rock. 1987, Fraggle Rock, the animated series. Fraggle Rock literally ended that year. I am not joking. Well, see, I'm not necessarily... That's the thing. I'm not saying that animation is necessarily better than live action, right? Oh, please just pass over me. I don't want to fight you right now, Mr. Man. Can you just... Thank you. That is funny, though, that they turned it into a cartoon and then immediately it died. That's funny. I think I have to go to the house, maybe? Little guy's got a bomb. Whoop. What does this do? Well, this was... I'll flip this way, because that was how I flipped it when I first came in here. I don't know. It's confusing. It's weird. I have watched Fraggle Rock. Have you? My exposure to Fraggle Rock begins and ends with Muppet Family Christmas. I've never actually watched it. Either of it. I've always heard it's fun. It's a good show. I have a friend who's like a huge Jim Henson fan, and I think she has the whole show. She might. I'm not sure. I need to go to the house. Give me a 1. Give me a 1. Give me a 1. That's a 3, baby. That doesn't work. Wait. It was Elmo to me? Nice. That was your Elmo. You would love Froggle Rock. Would I? I've heard it's good. I know the characters. I know there's these funny little dudes. I know there's like these funny little construction guys with these funny little construction helmets, and they're very small. It's like a musical. Ooh! You know I love me a good musical. Can I swim? Oh, I can. Okay. Whoop. Tadpoles. Tadpoles. Ooh. Ah. I watched like 3 episodes of Froggle Rock. It's good. Nice. See, you know a show is good when somebody can say, yeah, that's good, even if they've only seen 3 episodes. I was in this stage before and it wasn't flooded. That's kind of cool. I love Muppet Family Christmas. How many Muppets can we cram in a house? Yes. Due to the lack of bed, some of you are going to have to bunk on coat hangers on the wall. Well, that's fine. Animal won't sleep any other way. I really liked watching Happy Tree Friends when I was little. I never watched that. I heard about that show. I heard that was a thing. I remember my sister, okay, funny story. Years ago, this is like, I think this was in 2011. My sister was really into this this Finnish like alternative rock group called the Rasmus, right? And they released a new album. And so what my sister did was, as soon as she got MP3s of the songs, she uploaded them to YouTube for her fellow friend, or like her fellow Rasmus fans to enjoy with, you know, for free. And that was the first time, that was my first ever run-in, my first ever encounter with YouTube's copyright system. She got copyright flagged and her video got taken down because the album was brand new and she just straight up uploaded the song. And I'll never forget, and it still is to this day, YouTube, there is a video on YouTube, from YouTube, that is designed and built to explain to you how the YouTube copyright system works and why copyright infringement is a bad thing. And it is literally a Happy Tree Friends video. Like, it was made by the Happy Tree Friends people. It has the characters in it, and it's still, I believe that's still around. I believe if you commit like a big copyright infringement, you can still be like shown that video to explain why copyright infringement is bad. And it's like, wow, that's wild. That would be, I'm trying to think like in modern day what that would be like. What? Yeah, no, that's real. That's real. What's over there? Wait, if I go back this way. I think I have a Fraggle Rock DVD buried somewhere. Nice. I know that. Ouija, you know what I'm talking about? Now, Ouija, do you know that video because you were forced to watch it for violating YouTube's copyright stuff? Or just from finding out about it somehow? That's death down there. So I'm looking for castor oil right now. Yes? Yes to which? What does Zap do? What does this do? Oh, you can look around the map. That's kind of cool. Oh! Oh! He's off! It's a day at the races! Okay, you can get like different power-ups to use with your your anchor. So what does Frog do? You can become a frog! Gee, Olive Oil, would you still love me if I was a frog? You can enter frog mode. That's amazing. What's Zap do? Oh, you can Yoshi! Blang. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. Look at he go. Where's Teeter? He needs to see this. Let's see. Before I was diagnosed with celiac, I used to eat pizza rolls while watching it all the time. I was really young. Probably shouldn't have been, but yeah, from what I've heard, that show gets dark and should not be watched by children. Frog mode. I don't need the frog suit! I never really liked Happy Tree Friends. Not necessarily because it's hyper gory, but because it's kind of boring, and the only thing interesting in the series as a whole is Flippy. I've heard Flippy is neat. That's all I know. I know him. He's the character I know. Stamina recovered. I got a chicken. I'm gonna look this up. What do I do? What the frick do I do? No, I just found out about it by watching a video, and then suddenly, boom, the entire video was in the middle of it. Nice! Super Mario World 3 looks absolutely amazing, doesn't it? Popeye Super Famicom guide. What do I do? What do? Nice. You look up Popeye Super Famicom guide on YouTube. Second result is my stream. Here's from World of Long Plays. I need to find out what I'm supposed to be doing here. What level is that? What level is this? Let's see, I have 6 hearts right now? Yeah, I have 6 hearts. When does this guy get the hearts? He's got 6 hearts. Do I have to go find Bluto? Bluto is there. Why is Bluto there? Okay. I don't know what I'm supposed... Do I have to go fight Mr. Man again? I think this person is just as lost as I am. Oh, then Bluto shows up on the world map. Okay, I gotta go beat up the guy, I think. I think I have to go beat up Mr. Man so that Bluto will appear, so that I can fight Bluto, so that I can finish the game. Let's see. I think people in my elementary school used to watch it. I watched it when I was younger. Shouldn't have been, but it holds up, at least to me. Nice. In general, I just don't really care for super gory stuff, so Happy Tree Friends isn't really my thing. But so I don't intend on watching it. I'd say same. I'm not really into gore or shock value, but hey, you know what? If you enjoy it, I'm glad you enjoy it. Whatever floats your boat and more power to you. You know? I would show my friends Happy Tree Friends during sleepovers, and I don't think they liked it very much. Oh no. They're probably sitting there like, hey Amy, why are you showing us this super gory cartoon? Are you okay? Do you want to talk about it? Can I frog Mr. Man? Oh, I don't have frog anymore. I used up my frog. I am frogless. Whoa! Oh, get him! Yeah! I think he's dead. He's dead, Jim. Oh, he had a heart for me to collect. Okay. So now do I fight Bluto? Maybe? I think now I go fight Bluto. Itchy and Scratchy, Happy Tree Friends. Yeah, that's kind of what Itchy and Scratchy was. I know Itchy and Scratchy wasn't a real cartoon, but still. There he is! You've killed the frog suit. I used the frog suit. All right, Bluto, I ain't afraid of you this time. I can fight. Oh, he's in the background! I can't... Ooh. I'm gonna assume this is like... Oh, boulders! Oh, can I jump on his head? Yeah! Can I... You cannot whip the boulders. Boulder Dash, launch the ship. This game's got good sprites, too. Ow! Get him, bop him, bop him. Let's see. It's not even the fun gore, as odd as it sounds. It's just unnecessarily gore. You see, that sort of thing I'm not into. Listen, I grew up on Flash animations from Newgrounds that got reposted in YouTube. I'm good on that type of stuff. Sorry I haven't been speaking much. Been playing Dream Game, but I have been listening. Oh, no worries, Luna. You are A-okay. Glad to know you're still here. Fiddlesticks. I follow an artist trying to remake cupcakes, for crying out loud. See? I've been lucky. I would say I've been lucky to have somehow avoided cupcakes throughout the entirety of my internet lifespan. But there's other things. I saw other things. I saw some other things on the internet as a child that I really should not have seen. Some very disturbing, gory, and graphic things. And it's like, I'm not into the shock value. You know what? It's just like with like the Steamboat Willie horror movie and the Popeye horror movie, if they wind up making that because those things are public domain. It's like, if the whole point of it's like, I can understand gore used artistically and in good taste when it's like, okay, when we're trying to accentuate something, when we're trying to show like the severity of something. I can understand light elements of gore in like a wartime movie or something like that. But when it's just like, when it's just there to shock you, like, oh, whoa, guys, our cartoon characters are bleeding. Isn't that crazy? Whoa, creepypasta, hyper-realistic Mario is bleeding all over the Super Nintendo. It's like, that's just cheap. I don't know. Again, if you enjoy Happy Tree Friends, more power to you. I'm not trying to shame you for something that you enjoy. If that's your thing, good. I'm glad you enjoy it, and I'm glad that you can find enjoyment out of something that I don't personally care for, and that I am good without. What? Come on! What if kid property was scary property? Ooh! MLP Grimdark was my thing back in the day. I was a weird kid. Okay, to be fair though, Tale of the Blanks is a good story. It's a little messed up at points, but it's actually like a good story. Let's see, but I love the artist's art style. Well, there you go. That's always tough when like you don't necessarily enjoy a story somebody's writing, but you're like, oh, I don't like the gore, but this art is really, dang, it's good. I probably should have warned you about that page I was following, but then it would feel like favoritism. Yeah, no worries. No worries. You're good. I couldn't do much about that. That's like when you follow an artist who like has a really cool art style, but occasionally does not safe for work, and you're like, oh, you have to post this stuff on your main account. You don't have a separate account for this. Cool, I'm just gonna keep scrolling. How do I... Oh, I just zapped the dude on the overworld? He wasn't even involved in this fight, and I just electrocuted him. I am on 1 life left. Oh no! Is that game over? Yeah. That's, I'm gonna guess that the top one is continue. Presumably. He looked at you funny and you died. Incomplete translation. Yeah. The person who made this was like, it's mostly done. I did most of the game. A don't do it. B don't do it. What do it? This controller's only got 2 it. There we go, Y button. Spinch. Perfect Kirby was my jam in elementary. I had a lot of poorly drawn gore and blood. Nice. It had a lot of poorly drawn. Oh. Oh. We're back at the beginning of the game. Oh. And I have to spin the wheel. I have to spindle the windle. Wait. No, I don't have enough time to rewind. This guy freaking sucks at Popeye. This guy freaking sucks at Popeye. In this stream, we can see a player so atrociously bad at Popeye that he almost gets himself killed multiple times a second. I mean, I know what I'm doing now. Let's see. So heart. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 of them, right? And I gotta punch the dude in the face. This game's all right. It's not bad. You know what we'll do? We'll see if I can get up to Bluto by like 11 o'clock. We'll keep going. If not, we might start working on some art. Much like Story of the Blanks, I love the audio dub with Bloodshed's pet. It just makes you feel absolute terror of psychological trauma. See, that's the good kind of horror. See, I'm not big into horror, right? I'm not a big horror guy. But I will admit, psychological horror, the stuff that makes you think, the stuff where it's like you're expecting the jump scare to pop out at any second and then it never does, but you feel like there's something looming around the corner, that's the good stuff. I enjoy that kind of horror. That kind of stuff is good. When they're just like, oh, and then I stepped into the blood room and there was bones and body parts. It's like, oh, cool, Bentley. But then it's like, you know, when it's actually like, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Any second, it's gonna happen. Any second, there's gonna be something scary. What do you mean I'm on the last page of the book? He's around the corner. I know there's something out there. I don't got money, Mr. Oh, wait, actually I do. Yeah, why not? What were they thinking? I'm not big on horror. I just play horror games because I like strategy games. Hey, nothing wrong with that. I don't really care for horror games. Which is funny. I've considered, and this is appropriate to talk about this on this stream specifically, I've considered, purely for the aesthetics of it and like the setting, I have thought once or twice about being like, should I stream Bendy for like a Halloween stream? That would be appropriate because 30s cartoons and all. I've thought about that. I've never actually played Bendy. And I know there's there's now the Dark Revival. Oh, what? The sun! I've been set. Don't look. Shh, it's not safe. It's not safe. We can't look at this game. I'm sorry, guys. Popeye is not safe for work. You're not allowed to look at this game. Give me a 1. Yes! You should stream Sonic EXE. No. I have zero. Listen. Atari World. Yeah! Popeye for Atari. Actually, that might exist. There's a Popeye Game & Watch. There might be Popeye for Atari. Have you seen any horror movies, Gideon? If so, what's your favorite scary movie? I've seen a couple. I'm not big into horror movies. I love Alfred Hitchcock. I love that kind of psychological thriller type stuff. I've seen Psycho. I made the mistake of watching Psycho. Psycho was on like either AMC or Turner Classic Movies. I forget which one. At freaking 11 o'clock at night. When I saw it for the first time, and I'm like, oh, what? I'm gonna watch Psycho. Everybody says that's Hitchcock's big scary movie. Oh boy, I regretted that deeply. I'm not really into modern horror movies. I haven't really seen like any modern horror movies. I haven't seen Friday the 13th. I haven't seen Child's Play. I haven't seen Nightmare on Elm Street. I haven't seen The Sun Flashed Us. Correct. Sonic EXE is kind of only good for jokes. Sorry, it really is. It's like it's not good. It's really not good. Does the Slender Man movie count as horror? I saw it. It was kind of dumb. That counts as horror. I've never seen Slender, but I have played the video game. Ooh, I'm just not a big horror guy. I don't know. I like Luigi's Mansion. I like games with spooky atmospheres. Don't remember, like, I like spooky things. I do enjoy spooky things. I'm not just big into, like, horror, you know? Let's see. Also, wait, I know a horror game, and you'll like it, I promise. Hit me! Hit me with your best shot! He never got his $20. I think I got that reference. I am bad at Popeye for Super Nintendo, and I'm okay with that. You don't have to be good at Popeye for Super Nintendo to be good at life. Does The Room with Tommy Wiseau count as a horror movie? Because if so, that's a horrifyingly bad movie. I've seen that one. Gideon, please play Slender the 8 Pages. Oh boy, a childhood trauma. I can't wait to bring it back. 2 horror games, actually. Oh. The most I've gotten is 7 pages. My sister did it once. She got all of them, and she unlocked the daytime mode. I only ever got like 3. I hated that game. I really did. That game freaked the crap out of me. Again, because like Slender... See, I would say that Slender the 8 Pages is actually... It's sad because it kind of... I know that Amnesia, The Dark Descent was out first, and it had a couple jump scares in it. But like, I feel like Slender Man kind of set the precedent for the modern day horror game in terms of like jump scares and whatnot. It set the precedent for like modern day jump scare horror. But even then, I think it honestly does it a lot better than a lot of its contemporaries. And it does it very well. There we go. Considering the fact that like, you can play through that entire game and not get jump scared. It's entirely just, that's the penalty for losing the game. Right? That's the game over screen, essentially. And it has that really good kind of menacing atmosphere where you're like, where's the Slender Man? Where the frick is the Slender Man? I know he's around here somewhere. Where is he? I know he's here somewhere. And then he shows up and boom, he gets you. As much as I'm not into horror, I can appreciate that Slender is a very good like horror game. Amnesia: The Dark Descent was freaky. It was. FNAF at Freddy's. Five Nights at Freddy's at Freddy's. I will go and play Five Nights at Freddy's with my PIN number, my personal identification number. So I'm guessing red tiles do like a bad thing? Bluto! Oh, this is his normal space too. I think Slenderman is one of the few creepypastas that actually holds up pretty well. Yeah, absolutely. The movie is not good, but you know, from what I've heard at least. Give me a 2. Give me a 2. 3. All right. Well, blow me down. There's Bluto. Jump over him. Don't let him get you. He's gonna get you. No, he isn't. There we go. Yeah. I'm trying to think if there is any like horror games I do genuinely like and have played. I don't know. Ring ring. Ring ring. Ring ring. Hello? Hello, hello? Hello? The animatronics get a little quirky at night. Lightning strikes! Ah! Let's see, when I was a kid, I was convinced FNAF was a real place, and... Oh, I died?! You can die on the overworld. Guys, I don't think we're beating Popeye on Super Nintendo. I don't think we're gonna beat Popeye Super Nintendo. Let's see. You know, I have seen a horror movie recently. I saw the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. I saw that in theaters with my friends. That was good. I enjoyed that. FNAF is like a guilty pleasure for me, where like I've never played any of the games, right? Kirby Triple Deluxe, Attack of the Mutant Muds. We're in the background. That's rad. Virtual Wario Land. This is, I freaking love stuff that does stuff with the background layer. This is cool. Gideon, I knew you were bad, but I didn't think you could die on the map. Listen, it takes a certain level of skill. This level of bad is a skill. Oh, there's the heart. Woo! Oh. I take pride in how bad I am at video games. Oh, am I stuck here? Yeah. I gotta go back the other way. Looking up on our DMs. Oh, ring, ring. Ring, ring. Wait. Is that, yes! That one with the phone! I remember watching a video. I think I watched the video you sent me of that. That was interesting. Yeah, Manly played that. That's a one that does well with the atmosphere and the tone, and it makes you think, oh, geez, something's gonna happen. Something is going to happen. Any second now, something's gonna happen, and I don't like that. The telephone, yeah! Let's see. I watched that with my brother and my friends, and my brother screamed so dang loud when Balloon Boy jump scare popped up. Nice. He remember. I remember. Where do I go? Is there another pipe to jump in at some point that I missed? Am I not paying attention? I might not be paying attention. Am I pulling an air dance? How do I get out of there? Unless I can walk past that wall. Maybe I can. Can I walk past that wall? Let's see. It doesn't. It looks like it's part of the foreground, but okay, it's part of the background. Good to know. Woo. Barrels. Barrels. Ooh. Well, I still got the heart, so I'm good. FNAF movie was good. I enjoyed FNAF movie. I am looking forward to Five Nights at Freddy 2. Foxy was in movie. I like him. Foxy's good. I like him a lot. OMG, hold on. Is that Popeye? It is! It's Popeye the Sailor Man.
He strongs to the finish because he eats his spinach. He's Popeye the Sailor Man.
It's him. This game is very Chibi Robo Ziplash adjacent. And admittedly, I gotta beat this guy up anyway to get a heart out of him. I have to beat this guy up so I can steal his heart. Give me your heart, sir. If you do not give me your heart, I'm gonna pull an Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. And it's not gonna be pretty. Please. I'm only asking nicely. Once. Of course the furry. Listen, I'm not a furry. I just think he's neat. I just think foxes are cool. That's all. They're my favorite animal. Heart. That's all. Mango fan spotted. All right. Roll the dice. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here we go. We're back here again. Hello, Spooky Castle. I am here to beat the castle and win the day. Ooh. I also have something for you horror related. Oh, what do you have? I've seen the black and white version of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Wait, there was that funny game Manly played? Which one? Which one? Slay the Princess was good. I need to finish watching his playthrough of that. But what I watched was that's good. The one where a bunch of shenanigans. Which one? Oh, wait, the frog one? That one was good. That one was funny. Ooh. Ooh. is the purpose of this barrel? Oh, I just blew up the dude on the overworld. Cool. Fake fan? Don't mind me. I'm the fakest of Listen, I'm a fake fan of many things. You should know this by now. Oh, the heart! I gotta get that. I am literally here for that. Ah! Well, that's fine. I still got the heart. I may have died, but I got the heart. That's all I need. Suicide mission. Roll that dice. You know what? Fighting the bird is a good thing, because this gives me an extra life if I win. Oh. Oh. The Toilet Chronicles? Which one was that? I don't remember that one. If I saw it, I probably would remember it. I'll have to look it up in our DMs. Sent. Oh, I'll check it out in just a sec, Luigi. Once I'm done punching this bird. I like that all the bosses in this game, you have to do like a finisher with them, right? Where you have to beat the crap out of them with the spinach. That's great. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da. Whack! There we go. And he gives me an extra life. Right? Yeah! Alright, let me have a look. Let me have a little look-see. Oh, I forgot about that one. Yes, in the stall with the tentacle. I forgot about that. Him? Ah. Oh. Why'd the game freeze? Why is the game not responding? Guys, you want to see something really horrifying? You want to see something really scary? Uh-oh. California, here I come. Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba. Ba, 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 bum, bum, ba, ba, bum, bum, ba-da, ba. So the game kind of died. It's me? It's you? Sugar, you broke the game. Oh, whoa, 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 Popeye, you good? You good, my guy? You good, Popeye? Oh. Guys, we angered Popeye. I pissed off Popeye. I was so bad at his video game that he decided, this guy thinks he can play my video game badly, does he? All right, we'll give him a 1 and a 2 and a blow me down. Now the hot dog is more terrifying. It's true! The hot dog! That's what's going on! It's here! Hot dog humor? No. Hot dog horror! Well, the game freaks out and can't decide whether or not it wants to be alive or not. I'll show you something truly horrifying. Are you ready for something truly horrifying? What could it be? What could it be? Toby. It's Toby. If I'm not careful, Ouija is going to pelt this this lovely metal tram into the back of my head when I am least expecting it. Amy, don't make the joke. Don't make the joke. Don't make the joke. What joke? What joke? What joke? Well, Toby. Toby with the thumb. Well, game is borked. I genuinely do not know what happened, but my totally legitimate Super Nintendo may or may not have crashed. So, what I'm thinking is we might just Thumby. I got this Monday as a surprise. I've been holding out on it all week for this. Very nice. Was it really going anywhere though? It wasn't. It kind of wasn't. I was trying to catch back up to where we were. This, I will say, Toby killed the game. He did. Seriously, I opened the image of Toby and the game died. I will say, my thoughts on this game. This game is fun, actually. I dislike the way you traverse the levels. The way you move from level to level with a dice roll instead of just saying, okay, I'm going to go to level 1, I'm going to go to level 2, I'm going to go to level 3. I get what they were trying to go for. Trying to add more of a, kind of a board game type element to it. Maybe you could even play this with friends where like everybody takes a turn and you're passing the controller back and forth and whatnot. Honestly, that could be a fun way to play this game. But it does just make getting from one level to another more of a hassle than it should be, where you're just rolling and rolling and rolling and trying to go around in loops to get to the stages that you do or don't need to go to. And also it could do to be a little bit more clear on what you're supposed to do. Granted, this is a translation. This is a fan translation. So maybe in the Japanese version, some of this information is a little bit more, clearly explained to the player. Maybe. I don't know. But as far as the actual game goes, it's great. The controls feel nice and snappy. They're good and responsive. Popeye feels good to control. I like the anchor whip, the Belmont anchor whip. Popeye is my favorite Belmont. This is when you actually get to play the game is actually really fun, and I do really like it. That Bluto boss is a little hocus bogus, Alamogogus. Not a big fan of his attacks because they're kind of hard to dodge. But otherwise, yeah, Popeye for Super Famicom, that's a pretty good game right there. That's a good one. I like it. I don't like it enough to play all of it on stream. Maybe in my own free time. If I had this game on like my Switch or something, I would probably I'd probably beat it over the course of a weekend. But all in all, neat game. I like it. It's good. It's very good. Yes. I think we're going to switch over to working on some... Oh, and the game's blacked out again. Cool. I think we're going to switch over to just working on some art. Methinks that's what we shall do. Hi, Jerry. How's it going on, buddy? How you doing there, Jerry? Here, because it's appropriate, is we'll, there we go. There we go. I don't know about you, but Jerry looks constantly worried. He needs a pony plush to hug and squeeze. Oh my goodness. Jerry is canonically friends with the horses. Who, though? I can't believe you don't want to finish this game where you have to roll the dice to get to the next level. I had the patience to get through 3 worlds of Chibi Robo Ziplash. I do not have the patience to get through 1 world of Popeye Super Famicom. Who would be Jerry's pony friend? I need to think about this. Aside from Waldo, I think Waldo would be the obvious one. Both accident prone, primarily background characters. That kind of works. Okay, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. In the meantime, let me grab some tunes. You want to hear some tunes? I got some tunes. Let me grab some tunes real quick. Hopefully, an advertisement won't play while I'm gone. Let's see. Here's for fun. We'll play. Which would be a good one to play for this? Here we go. Just for funsies, while I'm up in the bathroom, I'll be right back. Here's Jack Hilton and his orchestra with Breakaway. Please don't play an ad. It's not going to. Okay. I'll be right back.
the snappiest syncopation. 3 times up on your heel, oh boy, how good it feels. You'll get the happiest new sensation. Write a little note on your toes, don't forget to dot the I. Look at what you wrote, goodness knows, it's easy as pie. Come on and fake away, get hot and shake away. You'll do the breakaway by and by.
Hello, I have returned. I'm back. Woo! I should have made the music louder from the start because I forgot. Oh, I have my audio set up so that my desktop audio is a little quiet. Oops, whoopsie. I'm here. I'm back. We're gonna work on some art. I don't know about you, but oh, we read that already. I can't believe you don't. Oh, I read that already as well. I can't talk. That's fine. We're gonna work on some art. Yeah. Fabulous idea. What's your fabulous idea, KG? KG has a fabulous idea. We enjoy it when KG has fabulous ideas. I can't believe I left Jerry bald. I forgot to give Jerry his mustache and his chin hairs. Oops. There we go. Gideon, listen. I'm listening. I am listening, madam. Hit me with it. Hit me with those ideas. We're going to keep working on this. I'll get some music up. Let's see. Let's see. What's some good music for tonight? Chill. Sonic music. We'll start with some chill. Muisk. Chill and relaxing Sonic music, Volume 1. Here we go. Please don't play an ad first. Yes, it's playing an ad first. And there's a Vine Boom. Of course there's a Vine Boom. Why not? Here we go. Oh! They're starting off strong with the good stuff. I'm actually going to unplug my totally legitimate Super Nintendo controller just so my Wii's batteries don't die. Instead of a G4 pony, why not a G1 pony? Oh! That actually works really well! To emphasize, Jerry's a classic cartoon character. That would be classic cartoon. I like that idea. That's actually a good idea. Do you have anyone in particular in mind? Because I know none of those. Oh, I like that idea. See, Jerry's whole shtick, right? So the whole concept of Jerry Janitor as a character is that cartoon characters make a lot of messes, right? They make a ton of messes. From things exploding, to people getting smacked in the face with pies, to, if you've watched any Popeye cartoons, there's a lot of destruction and havoc left in the wake of Popeye and Bluto having a brawl, right? Jerry's whole thing is he's the guy that cleans up the mess left by other cartoon characters. And he's worked in cartoons for literal decades. Like, he's been working in the cartoon industry since the Rubber Hose era, right? That's Jerry's character as a whole. And like, so he would presumably still work like in modern cartoons from time to time, every now and again. Nor do I, but I can look. She can look. I kind of love that idea. Maybe Jerry worked on the original MLP series from the 80s. Okay, so what do we got to do here today? We will work on the colors today. We'll work on colors. We'll work on some shading. Say hi to yourselves there, guys. There we go. Oh. Wait, make sure that's not... Okay, yeah. It's a layer that's good to use. Blaze's nose is on a separate layer. There is a nose layer specifically for Blaze. Doesn't she feel important? Alright, so we'll start with the obvious things to color in real quick, the things that are easy. Just get some white and some black put in here to fill in some gaps. Well, I enjoyed the Popeye game. Even though I didn't beat it, I did enjoy it. It was fun. I'd probably go back to it at my own time. Actually, you know what? Silver's nose, we're going to make a lovely dark, very dark shade of like grayish blue. It'll be hardly distinguishable from the black, but it will be slightly dark bluish. There we go. Oh, let me make real quick. Let's see. Oh, this is from Sonic 06. Ooh. So here we go. As usual, with streams when I'm working on art, if you guys have any ideas for good music to suggest, let me put this in here. Feel free. The request line is open. Feel free. Let's see. Just making sure I don't fit in. Color. Don't worry. It'll look good. It'll look good. I just realized that even modern Sonic characters like Silver and Blaze still have rubber hose style noses. Yeah, they do. It's true. See, they do. See, again, like with my art style, I've been told that the rubber hose influence can very much be seen and is very much apparent in my art style, and I'm not going to deny it because that's a huge influence in my art, right? But even with modern day characters and cartoons, you can see the resemblance once you start looking for things. Again, like if I show you what's Silver's head? Silver's head is a circle. What's Blaze's head? Right? Blaze's head is a circle. And then we build off of these things. When I started drawing their hands, what did I do first? I made just like a kind of a square shape, and then I built off of it. That's how I started that in the sketch. A lot of people, when they draw like Sonic and Knuckles and whatnot, to give them, like, especially the modern versions of them where they have kind of that stronger upper body, is what they'll do is they'll start out by drawing a circle for like the chest, and then they'll build down off of that. And like that's kind of, it works. And like that's how we draw a character. That's how a lot of people, I certainly do, that's how we draw characters in the 21st century. And it's crazy that like that all started back in the 20th century with rubber hose cartoons. And it's amazing to see how the influence of those cartoons can still be seen today. I take it you're preparing for your annual workshop? I am indeed, Mega Wii Master. And hello and welcome. We started the stream off with preparation for that, and then we played Popeye on Super Nintendo, which was alright. And now we are ending out the night with some art. Welcome to the stream. Let me fix this, because this is a little chunky. There we go. I can already feel myself losing my voice. But that's normal for a Friday night. There we go. Oh yeah, let me know if the music is too loud or too quiet or anything. Let me check real quick the request line. Anything in there? Oh, Ouija's got a request. A request from a one Mr. Ouija Morrow. pop this bad boy in here. Have a listen. Oh, let's see. Oh, that's a good song. Reorchestrated too. Ooh. This is from Milo the Otter. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, this is good. Holy Toledo. Let's see. I had an idea for a song, but I worry it's too upbeat. You know what? Luna, you go to town. If you got a good song to share, you go right ahead. I know we typically go for more chilled out music, but we got something a little lively. A little lively, a little jively right now. And you know what? I'm down for it. There we go. And then Blaze's pants, which go straight down into her shoes, are also white. And then so are her. There we go. Oh, is this the... Oh, this is the score for the whole episode. Ooh, very nice. Let's see. Has Ian Flynn tried to explain the discrepancy between Blaze's Rush and 06 backstory? I am actually not sure if he has. I would imagine. I know that if it were up to him, I know he's talked about this before, and if it were up to him, he would, for his own, I'm not sure what his reasons are, but I remember hearing once that, like, if he could, he would possibly get rid of the Soul Dimension as a location, just to kind of streamline things. I don't necessarily agree with that creative decision. I could be misquoting that. I know he had, like, a reason for it. I don't know exactly what that reason was, unfortunately. There we go. Silver's skin is a little, not, it's a you know, it's a little olive tone-ish, you know. I think that's the proper word. I'm not sure. But it's he's a little sickly. There's some microplastics in his bloodstream. Don't worry about it. Oh, this is good stuff right here, Ouija. Thank you for this suggestion. This is fun, because this is just the score for the episode. Let's see. I know his cuffs are gold. Is it over? No, there it is. Oh, this is good. I am very much enjoying this. It's crazy, like Mike O'Donnell and Junior Campbell did such an incredible soundtrack for the model series, and like their music stands out so well as, like, firstly from a standpoint of just being good composers and composing good background music. It's something that I really appreciate about a lot of, like, the earlier Thomas episodes, is that they understand sometimes your soundtrack should shut up and let the scene carry itself without the need for music. And, like, they do that very well. Mike and Junior really knew what they were doing. I know you love it just as much as I did. Let me tell you, on the 10 Years of Thomas DVD that I had as a kid, this was one of my favorite episodes. I'm going to guess maybe it's that they wouldn't have to think of excuses for why Blaze is constantly crossing over. But if Silver constantly shows up, I don't see why Blaze can't. Yes, I think it was something along those lines, just to make it easier to have Blaze show up in stories without having to be like, why isn't she in the Soul Dimension right now? What's going on there? Silver the Hedgehog. I need a reference for his boots. His boots. Actually, I could go more yellow on the gold bits. Look, everybody, it's Sliver. It's Sliver the Hedgehog. He's here. Okay. That was marvelous. That was marvelous. Thank you very much for that suggestion, Ouija. Let's see, Luna, what have you got? Ooh. Tebeto de Sono by Key After Key. If that, I hope it's not licensed. I hope that's just like a song somebody made and not Debito de Sono Key After Key. Is that what I think it is, Luna? It is! It's the Funny Mafia Man. Why not? Why not? We'll put it on. It's probably going to be a little high energy, but you know what? We're going to check it out. It's going to be fun. We're listening to music. This is an advertisement for a card vent clip. Air freshener. Good. Oh. It's already got a good beat to it. I like Ian, I really do, but even if I can admit he misses sometimes. Thing about Ian Flynn, though, that you have to keep in mind is that, like, not all of his missteps are entirely his fault. Ian is entirely at Sega's will for what he can and cannot do. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, Luna, you gave us some jams! I love this. It's giving me big Donkey Kong Country vibes. I found the sweetest little thing. What you got, KG? Ooh, I like this. This is good. It's jazzy. Be right back. Gotta walk my dog for a bit. Okie dokie. But yeah, for as much as Ian has his shortcomings in his writing, there are a lot of things where, like, he is held back and restricted by Sega in terms of what he can and can't do. And I appreciate that. I will never not be frustrated by Fang the Hunter, but at the same time, I feel like a lot of what was going on there was less so Ian Flynn dropping the ball, and more so Sega saying, we want you to explain why Bean and Bark weren't in Sonic Superstars. I have a feeling that wouldn't have been something that even really needed to be addressed, but Sega was like, you need to. We want you to explain it. And he's like, okay, you know. Sonic mandates. As much as I think the whole mandates thing is stupid premise, a stupid concept with Mario, I do admit it does kind of exist. It actually does exist, correction, with Sonic. The Mario mandates are entirely just a theory. But with Sonic, it's like, no, that's real. That's a real thing. A theory! A Sonic theory! Thanks for watching. That hurts my throat. And note to self, don't do the Matt Pat voice. I like this. This is actually real. Holy cow, this is up my alley, Luna. Luna. I'm gonna have to check out this funny game, aren't I, at some point, so I can hear where the context of these jams. That's good stuff. Holy cow, that's good. I enjoyed that. Thank you very much. I got a DM from KG. Got another candidate. Who we got? Let's see. Sweetheart and Sweet Stuff. Ooh. Sweetheart is an Earth Pony mare and a main character. She was voiced by Maggie Blue O'Hara or O'Hara. Cute. Both of them are adorable. Fang mention. Fang mention. Fang has been mentioned. Sorry, what I was... Sorry about that. I was taking a little nap there. You say something? Huh? So basically, the song gets louder when Mafioso gets close to you as a survivor, and the beat drops when he starts to chase you. Ah! Oh, dynamic music. If there is something I am a big sucker for, it's dynamic music. When the music responds and reacts to what's going on in the game, ooh, that's some good stuff right there. Let's see. One I heard recently that I don't agree with is that rings aren't canon. That one, I think, creates more problems than it actually would potentially solve because they're constantly being used as currency. Yeah, so fun fact, rings, Sega does not want there to be currency in Sonic's world. That's one of them. Sonic mandates there is no money, there is no currency, and rings are not used as a form of currency, which is so dumb, especially when you consider if rings aren't real, Sega, if there's no money, then why does Oh, I had this layer already. Oops. If there's no money, Sega, why does Vector's eyes turn into $signs in the opening of Sonic Heroes? If he doesn't know what cash money is, Sega. Yeah, that one I think is hokey. Genuinely, I think that one's stupid. I get that they're, it's entirely a marketability thing. It's entirely, making it palatable to everybody. But, like, come on. You're not going to let your characters have money? You're not going to let them have money? No money. Do people in Sonic's world just steal everything? Maybe they barter. I don't know. But, like, I can't think of a single time, like, in from what I've read of IDW Sonic, right? I genuinely can't think off the top of my head, at least, of a single time I've seen people, characters trading currency. So yeah, that's real. If there's no money, how do jobs work? Good question. Well, I guess, again, the barter system. You do something for me, I do something for you. Presumably. I don't know. Sega's weird. Well, okay, here's the thing, right? No money. Money doesn't exist. And yet Fang got paid at the end of, canonically, Fang and the Hooligans do get paid by Eggman in advance for Sonic the Fighters. So that was confirmed in Fang the Hunter. So money exists for Fang, at least. He's allowed to have money. Fang and Vector feud over the concept of money. Listen. Hear me out on this one. Sweet Stuff has Twinkle. Ooh, does she? Let me find a reference picture of Blaze for the colors. Blaze the cat. Listen, hear me out. The Hooligans. One of the big reasons why it would be amazing if the Hooligans came back in, like, more modern media and stuff, they are literally just, like, the opposite. The anti-chaotics. You've got the cops and the robbers. It's perfect, They're the perfect foils to the chaotics. You can have Vector and Fang, and they're both fighting over crime, but fighting over money at the same time. That'd be great. Let them fight. I'm actually going to copy this color from Silver because I like it. Let's see. Sweetheart is literally a sweetheart. She is the most kind-hearted of the 7 My Little Pony Tales protagonists, and often becomes stuck in the middle of the fights between her friends. She believes that everyone has a good nature and dreams of being a doctor. Oh, that's cute. I could see her and Jerry being friends, because Jerry's constantly cleaning up other people's messes, and is constantly getting involved, and he's constantly getting roped into things simply by being there. Like, because the whole concept of Jerry, is that he is the character that cleans up other cartoons' messes. But I've always thought it would be fun if Jerry had his own cartoons, it would just entirely be him in the background of somebody else's cartoon cleaning up the mess. And so he's just constantly getting roped into things, coincidentally. I like that. That's fun. That'd be fun. Paid what? Paid exactly. Well, you see Fang with like a sack of like jewels and gold coins, I believe, in Fang the Hunter. But then it's like, okay, Sega, then where are the rings? See, I don't get. Sega doesn't like it when their video game characters are video game characters for some reason, and they don't want there to be star posts. They don't want there to be monitors. They don't want there to be rings. At least they can have the rings in the movie because they serve a different purpose other than just being money. They're used for warping. But, like, oh, wait, the inside of her ears are... That's interesting. The inside of Blaze's ears are tan, even though her face is white. That's interesting. You know what? We'll copy from Silver and we'll go off this color. There we go. Please, Sega, I'm on my knees! Sega, what are you doing? Please! Yeah. Also, Gideon, yes? Purple. Purple. Welcome back, Ouija. How's your dog doing? How is the doggo? Less saturated. Little less saturated. There we go. That looks good. I'm tempted. I forget who it was who asked if they were in super form when I was working on this, the line art. I'm a little tempted, I'm not gonna lie, to like do an alternate, to do an alt of this where the colors are them in their super forms, because that would look freaking rad. Why'd I still have the bowl, Bart? Why'd I still have the bowl? What does Fang, Rough, Tumble, and Clutch even commit crime for if there is no money? For the joy of crime alone? Yeah, I just got a sick kick out of it, you know? I'm down there. Listen. I started blasting. Dog is fine. As soon as I go outside, I swear a car alarm goes off, so that can't be good. That's probably fine. That's fine. Don't worry about that. That's just, you know, they're greeting you. I have a thing for you. You have a thing for me? For me? Yes, you. You're the only fool I know that deserves that kind of luck. Can I find this lovely thing in the DMs? Is that where I will find the thing? I guess that's why Rouge only steals gems then. Yeah, she's just in it for she's just in it for the gems. It is it's some slop. What do you mean it's some slop? Define slop. Is it brain rot? What do you mean slop? Oh, there's a line that needs some sharpening up. Yeah. It's like on one hand, they'll do the thing where like there's just big loop-de-loops and floating platforms and things, right? In like in the architecture and in the infrastructure and in the landscapes, the topography, the topology. Like they can have that video gamey stuff. They can have characters running through levels, but they can't have rings. It's like, why? The rings are such an iconic part of Sonic. They're his coins, for crying out loud, you know? That's huh? What? Guess you can't say Sega hates money. I guess you could say Sega. Yeah, you could say Sega hates money. Oh, wrong layer. Let's see. Sweet Stuff is a kind, sweet, and innocent pony. She loves playing games and having fun with her friends. Since she is quiet and not as quick-minded as the others. Does this mean that everyone just gambles for fun? Presumably. Not Espio, though. Guys, we need to call 1-800-GAMBLER on Espio. Espio has a gambling issue. Fun fact about Espio the Chameleon. Did you know? Espio the Chameleon has a gambling problem. I'm not making this up. This is from Archie.
Victor, it's me. I'm making my first report. I must be brief. I've only enough change for 1 minute. What? I sent you there with $5 in quarters! The slots are rigged, I'm sure of it.
He has a gambling problem. We need to call 1-800-GAMBLER. He can't be trusted. He can't be trusted with the quarters. Let's see. She gets taken advantage of once when Sweet Stuff was playing hide and seek with the unicorns. She lost because the unicorns kept winking out. She also tried playing with the baby sea ponies, but she got used as a goalpost. She might be shy and soft, but she is sociable and thoughtful. You know what? She's very Jerry adjacent. I feel like her and Jerry could take solidarity in just in finding themselves roped into other things by other people when they're just trying to have a good time. You know? That's Sweet Stuff. I'm gonna remember. You know what? I'm gonna put a little heart on her so I remember her. What have you got? What? Oh my goodness, guys! This is not slop. This is beautiful. Look at him. Look at... It's Sherwood. He's perfect. His tail is so fluffy. Oh my gosh. Sugar, thank you. I love him. I love how you did his boots. Oh my gosh. He's... Ah! He's adorable. I love this. His ears, the floof on his chest, and the way you did his eyebrows, where his eyebrows overlap the hair. Oh my gosh, I love... Thank you. What a surprise. Oh my goodness. I love him. He's gonna... you know what? He's gonna stay here. He's gonna stay here on the overlay for the rest of the stream. He's going right here. Oh my... That's not slop in the slightest. That's Sherwood. That's Sherwood. That's my boy. These are my boys. That's him. Wow, thank you. Wow. What did they use to gamble when with in casino stages, Sega? Yeah, Sega. What do they use to gamble? Why'd I still have the bowl? What? That made my night. I love that so much. I love him. That's wonderful. Let's see. You know what? We're gonna do some fun stuff. We're gonna do colored lines. Ooh, Silver. Silver is going to have like teal for his line art, especially since he's gonna be surrounded with like the aura. It's the emeralds. Here we go. And then Blaze is gonna be... Blaze, I think, is gonna have like a fiery pink to her line art. Is it just me, or is Silver's skin kind of bleached? I kind of wanted to intentionally give him a slightly sickly looking appearance, because he's got some microplastics in him. Don't worry, he's fine. I mean, I could go with a different color. I like giving him kind of a weird looking tone to his skin. Oh, that's that. I whitewashed him. I removed the melanin. There we go. That's like he can be a little healthier. There we go. That's a little healthier looking. Casinopolis and Casino Night were all in our heads. Casino Night, Casinopolis. Let's see, what other ones are there? There's a lot of casinos. I was doodling him and then heard Fang's name on stream. Nice. His future is literally on fire. That's true. Well, his future is on fire sometimes. Sometimes his future is metallic. Sometimes his future is chrome. Metal virus. Oops, I did that wrong. This is supposed to... If anything, he should be charcoal. Are you telling me we should go like really dark with his skin? Hold the phone. Hold the phone. You know? I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. No, that's a joke. I know, I'm just saying, Black Silver looks good. Like, that looks good. He looks good. We'll put, I'm gonna keep him this way for now, but, like, that goes hard. I like that. I'm gonna stick close to canon for the colors, but Sonic fans, I'm just saying, there's opportunities to be had there. His city changes on the plot. It does. The condition of Silver's home is entirely plot dependent. I have to be very careful about how I do this. because that's Silver's hand, and this is Silver's hand, but that's Blaze's hand. Let's see. I was joking with the charcoal. Me in my mouth. Listen, KG, you have to be careful. You have to be careful with your gosh darn mouth because you have some good ideas. I swear, you're always constantly giving me good art ideas. Gosh darn it. Canvas. There we go. That's Blaze's hand. This is Silver's hand. On the other hand, I don't know. Maybe... What song is this? Chow Mix uses this for his intro, I think. There we go. And then... I think... So I know a YouTuber uses this song. KG, how many times have you joked around with Gideon and Gideon has said, you know I'm gonna do it? It's true. This happens way too frequently. I played Pets Cats 2 on stream. There we go. Dang, no, I don't think it's Chow Mix. Who uses this? Oh, there's somebody on YouTube uses this as their intro theme. And it's not coming to me who. Now that we've got this lighter color for Silver's lines, we need to adjust some of these colors accordingly. I'm gonna make Blaze, you know what, we'll just screw it. There we go. Is that too light? I feel like that might be too light. Yeah, it's a little too light. We'll go a little darker. You know, looking back at our DMs, I should know better by that. You should! How many times are you like, hey Gideon, dummy doodle idea? Gonna insert, oh geez Louise, make it a little darker than that. There we go, that's better. You're a bad influence on his growing development. Shame on you. Oh, you know that thing where people joke around where like, why is it that like when you have a guy on his own he can be really smart, but then as soon as you get him in a room with other men, he just his brain just like disappears? That's me with my friends. Will Silver have an outer green glow as well? He will. Yeah, he'll have the his psychokinesis aura going on. And then for Blaze, I'm actually going to make Blaze's line art color a separate layer, and this is going to need to be changed. This is going to need to be made lighter in accordance with this, as not to clash. There we go. And we'll change the nose as well. You know what? The nose will just make the same color as the lines. There we go. Okay, we made the nose black anyway. And then for Blaze, I think we're gonna go for more of like a fiery, like pinkish red color for her. And this I can cheat since I got Silver's line art here. I can just, there we go. You guys hear about the Sonic Unleashed? Sonic Unleashed! That's another a bad idea. Actually, good idea. Not a bad idea, but idea that I listened to KG on and it turned out to be great. You guys hear about the fan-made decompilation of Sonic Unleashed, the Xbox version? Not gonna lie, I'm thinking about it. I'm considering it, possibly. If I have nothing else fun and spooky to play this October, I might have to check that out on stream. The Big Ol' Eyes edit is enough to be said. Yeah. Stop looking at me with those big ol' eyes of yours. Boom. Reply to the context of what I mean. Okay. Oh, yeah, gotcha. Hey, Gideon, do the thing. Just do it. Just do it. Do it! Can your computer handle it? That's a good question. My PC is a little bit of a potato, so it is not beef PC. There we go. Okay, now let's start doing some shading. Is there anything going on with this layer? What is on this layer? What? Oh, this is nothing. Good. Nothing important, at least. Oh, and Silver's got some lipstick. Hey guys. Blaze's lips are that color. Silver's lips are that color. They smooched. Maybe just do a test real quick if you're wondering about the line art being too light/dark to see if there's enough contrast. Wait, what? Me? My mind drew a blank. What were we talking about? Oh, will Silver have the outline? Oh, sorry. Now I got it. Yes, good idea. Good idea. Sorry, it took me a second to realize what we were talking about. I think that should be fine, honestly, because that's going to be, like, a very bright and vibrant color. Like, if we just do a quick 1-2 buckle my shoe with this, like, like, oh, yeah, this is not final. But I think that'll be fine, especially if I go, like, real green with that. Go a little greener and light it up. Ooh, that's going to look good. Ooh, that's going to look nice. And then Blaze, right, Blaze over here is going to have, like, the same thing going on, where she's going to be like, and then we're going to bing, bang, bing, 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 boom. And, ooh, that's going to be good. That's going to be nice. I think that's going to look good. I could go a little lighter on the... Actually, if I went even lighter on Silver's outlines... Let me just see real quick. Oh, that's a mess. Let's go a little lighter. How does that look? That looks good. I actually kind of like that. And you know what? That actually brings it a little closer in line with where Blaze's colors are, too. Okay. Got it. We can get that out of there for now. Just so I can correct a couple little things real quick. Like this. Bada bang. Oh! Oh! I turned into Hank Hill for a second there. It's nothing but toilets. It's nothing but toilet sounds. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Oh! Oh, he's got the eyebrows. His eyebrows. They did. You know how cats bonk their heads into people's foreheads? That's what happened. And there's a little spot where the liner needs a touching up here. Oh, golly. Excuse me. Let's see. Actually, we'll go a little... Oh, golly. I don't know where these things are coming from all of a sudden. There we go. We'll really lighten up Silver's colors, since they're supposed to be he's supposed to have like a glow going on. And maybe we'll go a smidge more orange and a little lighter on Blaze's colors. Not a lot, just a little bit. There we go. That looks good. And then we'll start working on the shading. Memphis, Tennessee told Gideon Sonic doesn't use propane. Do I look like I know... Do I look like I know what a Mephiles the Dark is? I just want a gosh darn picture of a chili dog. Now listen here, Bobby. You can't keep playing those Sonic the Hedgehog video games all day. You gotta find something else to do with your time. I've never watched a full episode of King of the Hill. I've only seen bits and pieces. You'll have to excuse if my Hank Hill impression is very bad. Let's see. Here we go. I kind of want to just put on Dreams of Absolution. right now, but I'm probably gonna get copyright claimed for that song. It's like, Shout out to Mephiles. I don't know you! That was the worst Bobby Hill impression anyone has ever done on the planet. Not bad, just a bit mellow. Nice. Let's see. My brother would freak out if he heard you right now. He loves King of the Hill and Sonic 06. Oh, nice! And we have that music and that impression all in the same place. Nice. Let's see. Yeah. Unless... What if... Hear me out on this one. What if I just had a funny idea? What if instead we swapped them? How would that look? Oh, Silver, what happened to you? My there we go. That... It looks all right on Blaze, but I don't like how it looks on Silver, so never mind. But you know what? We never know if we don't try. Never hurts to try. There we go. Where's my shading? Here it is. Yeah. Maybe a little brighter on that. There we go. Man, this is from 06? Sonic 06 has good music. Listen, if okay, listen. I might not be able to run Sonic Unleashed on my PC, but if Project 06 ever gets finished, if that ever gets completed, I'm not even joking, I'll stream it. I've never played Sonic 06. I've always wanted to play Sonic 06. I'll do it. I will do it. I think it looks better with their respective colors. Yeah. But now we know. Now we know. Here we go. The light source is going to kind of be coming from between the two of them. It's funny, so last weekend, I spent like all last weekend doing my big my big spring cleaning project. I was looking at Fang wallpapers earlier, and I found it funny that your art came up as one of the first things. Which one? Was it the Great Mirage Saloon robbery, train robbery? I love that. I really, that deserves to be redone because I think I could do it better. But if that's the one, I would be honored. Gideon, you can play Sonic 06 port on SRB2. Thing is, SRB2 Sonic 06 port is good. And I can play as Fang! One of these days I'm going to stream SRB2. I swear. One of these days I'm going to stream SRB2. That could actually... You know what? If I ever do, like, multiple segments in a stream, having, like, a weekly, like, hey, let's check out an SRB2 mod, just segment every once in a while, that'd be kind of cool. There's so many SRB2 mods. And they're all, like, almost all of them are good. What still needs to be finished in Project 06? I thought they had all the stories done. The bosses? I'm actually not sure. I haven't kept up much on the progress of the project myself. So I'm not really sure what is left to be done. I just know it's not done yet. SRB2 Fang Gaming! Yes! I love SRB2 Fang so much. He is... I love him. We'll be right back after this short ad break. Brought to you by Sonic Robo Blast 2. It's funny how I found that one before I met you. Yeah! No, it's true. Sent it to you. It's one of the first things that came up on bed. Which one? Oh! It's Sonic Riders Fang. Wow. Oh yeah, on Deviantart. Look at that. Nice. I'm not gonna lie. So I have not posted anything to Deviantart in over a year. The last thing I posted to DeviantArt was, I was midway through Inktober 2023. And there was just a certain point where I kind of got fed up with DeviantArt, and I decided, no, I'm not putting any more art on this website that does not prioritize its users and incentivizes people to create and share AI generated slop smut. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little tempted to go back and start posting on DeviantArt again, cause like I have nowhere. Like I know there's other like art portfolio websites out there, right? That exist now. There's alternatives. There's ArtStation. There's others, but like I have, aside from like Discord, which is not a good place to use as an archive. Discord servers are not a good place to use as archives for your art. I mean, yeah, Twitter, but still. Twitter, I swear Twitter has me shadow banned because I can never find my own gosh darn tweets. Part of me is tempted to go back to posting art on DeviantArt again, just so I can have a place to have it all, like, just kind of backed up and archived and as a portfolio, especially because, like, I don't think much of my art from, like, prior to 2020 is really much worth going back to, at least for me personally. I feel like from, like, 2020 onwards, my art actually started getting good. So, like, it's all on there. And, like, I don't have the time to, like, start fresh on a new website. It would be less time consuming for me to post all of the art I've made since 2023 than to start completely fresh, you know? I usually post my latest arts on DA still, but I don't really interact much with others on there. I get the notifications. I still use DeviantArt. That's the thing. I still use it. I still browse art on there all the time. I go in there every couple days to you know, just to look at art, to check out artists I follow, to catch up on webcomics. But I don't use it myself anymore for my own art. And I'm thinking of maybe going back. Possibly. Have you done Instagram at all? I haven't. I haven't used Instagram. I've never really thought about Instagram as like kind of an art see, again, like the thing I'm looking for is the big art portfolio, you know, the place where you've got it all, where someone says, oh, can I see your art? You just whip out your phone and bada bing, here's all of it, right? And I can't just carry all my art on my phone. I don't have enough storage space. So I don't know. All I know is that I am much more adaptable with Fang and SRB2, because not only I can speedrun with it, but I'm much more stubborn and capable than you are, apparently. No, it's true. It's true. Like that stupid hill that I gave up on, and you're like, no, I'm going up this hill, and you did. Actually, wait, Silver's hand here is going to be glowing. So what I'll do with this, actually, is we'll reverse the light source and make the shadows on the top of his hand rather than the bottom. Whoop. Oh, and if we just bada bing, bada boom. Let's see. A good while ago, before I tried to talk to you, I was looking up Fang art on Twitter, and see your art all the time and felt worried of spamming? Oh, no worries. Trust me, Luna spams my art every couple months. Don't worry about it. You're good. Let's see. If I decide to go to do art/modeling, I don't know where I should dump all of my stuff. I mean, DeviantArt is always the good option. It's just that I can't condone the morals of the people running the art, running the website now. Like, I have nothing against the users on the website, but it's entirely a matter of the management I can't stand. And the things that they've done to the website and what they've allowed it to become and what they encourage it to be. But, you know, again, there are other art websites out there. There's ArtStation, which is great. ArtStation, which is what DeviantArt has tried to turn itself into, ironically enough, and has lost its own identity with. which is very good. ArtStation, if you're starting fresh, you might want to check out that website because it's a very good like portfolio. It's less ArtStation is less of the social aspect that DeviantArt had, where DeviantArt was very much originally built around being a website around sharing your art and building a community with other artists and being part of that community. Sort of like social media, but less with sort of the popularity contest aspect of it. Versus now it's very social media-y. Yeah. No, no, you are wrong about that. I'm very sick of those. Yeah. The thing about Insta is that there are a lot of art reposters and some who don't credit the OG artist. There is that too. I mean, at least with that, you can control who's posting your art. You're like, well, if the reposters want to repost my art, I'm just going to post it myself. I was actually in the newspaper when I was 6 years old for art. Dude, that's sick. Nice. Heck yeah. Mr. Local Celebrity over here. There we go. And you know what? Maybe to better accentuate the, we'll make his glove shading the same color as his eye shading, I think. Just to accentuate that, like, his hand is glowing. Yeah, that's gonna look good. That's fair. When I was in college, we were required to create an online portfolio, and over time, I've slowly phased out older projects. I think of less nowadays. Yeah. See, you got it. The thing about... Oh, I read that already. I don't know. I'm thinking about it, but I'm not sure. I tell you, though, I spent the last weekend doing some spring cleaning. It was my own personal winter wrap-up, let's say. But yeah, I spent the last weekend spring cleaning, and it felt good. I was very proud of myself. I filled up like 3 little small white plastic garbage bags and 1 entire big black plastic garbage bag with garbage and threw it all away, and it was great. And I rearranged and redecorated the room. I moved an entire piece of furniture, like an entire big dresser, out. And it really did make the room feel so much more spacious, and it's great. It's very comfortable. I set things back up. I moved my TV so I can actually look at the TV either from my drawing desk or from the foot of the bed. It feels very cozy, very homey now, which is nice. Yeah. Fill in this gap here. There we go. Need to figure out what I'm gonna do. Bro, I hate retail. Yeah. Everybody's got to start out in the mailroom one way or another, right? I used to work at Wendy's. It was horrible. But now I'm at a job I actually like. Don't worry. Don't worry. You'll get out of it. I love cleaning. Maybe you could go into a cleaning business. You never know. You could go into a cleaning business. Cleaning out people's wallets. Here we go. Because, like, I know I have a lot of friends, and I know a lot of people, and I know a lot of artists that have continued to stay on DeviantArt, and it's one of those things where, like, I don't know. Should I say screw it and be like, well, I was here first. This was my home first before you new people purchased the website and filled it with slop. I was on it. It's my lawn, you know? Gideon, yes, KG. I unfortunately have yet to get a job because life is way too hectic and chaotic for me to have a job. Dude, you're in school. Don't listen. You have an entire adulthood ahead of you to worry about working and having a job and expenses and bills. Enjoy, genuinely. Don't take this time for granted. Enjoy it while you can, because someday you are going to look back and say, man, I wish I didn't have a job. Could you zoom in on Silver's kneeling leg for a second? Yeah. Ah, this. Thank you. Is there something else bothering you about it? With individual service hours, college-level classes, and moving, I barely have time for myself. See? You kind of already get it. Oh, I also forgot to fix the colors there. There's a little color bleed. Here we go. Admittedly, I could probably adjust these cuffs a little bit. I'll do that later. Let's see. I just want to be happy. I don't really care about contributing to society so much anymore. What has society ever done for me? I mean, that's fair. I don't know if I agree with that kind of mentality. Because, like, I don't know. I want to be a light, you know? I want to be a positive impact. I don't care if the world sucks. If the world sucks, I want to be able to say, you know what? Smile, darn you, smile. You know? The world is a beautiful place. There's a lot of beautiful things in life. Even though there's some sucky stuff out there. And sometimes it's not always sunshine and roses, and there is always the suck. I think the world is a beautiful place. And life is a beautiful thing. And there's a lot of wonderful, incredible things out there to be enjoyed and contributed to. And I'd like to hope that my legacy, if I ever have one, is to have had some kind of positive impact on, at the very least, the people that I care about. If nothing else, if nothing grand, if nothing huge and elaborate, I hope that at the very least, I'll have had a good impact on my friends and family. You haven't experienced what I've experienced, though. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I'm not gonna invalidate your experiences, and I'm not gonna validate how you feel. Again, I'm just saying personally, I disagree. And it could just be a personality thing. That could just be me. That could just be who I am. I'm too stubborn. I am too stubborn to give up. Ooh, Sonic Mania. I am too stubborn to give up on the world. I don't care if the world's never done anything for me. I still want to contribute something in return. It's not about getting. It's about what you can give. As the old saying goes, it is better to give than to receive. Yeah, life is awful sometimes, and you can definitely feel sad about things that happen. But it's the moments that are happening now that you can make the most of. Absolutely. Absolutely. How's it go? Smile, darn you, smile. You know the whole world is a great world after all. Smile, darn you, smile, and watch as Lady Luck comes to pay you a call. Things are never black as they are painted. Time for you and joy to get acquainted. Make life worthwhile. Come on and smile, darn you, smile. Let's see. I've gone through some really awful stuff in the past 8 years, but I'm still here, and I'm still trying for all the people in my life. Yeah, hey, listen, anything you can walk away from, right? You're still here. I'm still standing, you know? You're still here. As Toby Fox once so eloquently put it, despite everything, it's still you. Let's see, I've gone through a lot of trauma, genuinely, but I'm still trying. I stay as optimistic as I can, even if it's difficult. Yeah! Gotta keep your head up. My dad always says, you know, like, My dad always, sometimes my dad will say, like, people ask him, oh, hi, how you doing, Scott? And he'll be like, hey, my head's above water, so I'm doing great. I'm like, you know what? I love my dad. Let's see. Besides, I always say, you can't help anybody if you can't help yourself, you know? No, that's fair. That's true. I will agree on that. You can't take care of anyone else if you don't take care of yourself. And it is very important to have, to tend to self-care. You can't, it's not our job to save the world. That I will agree with, at the very least. All you gotta do is wear a smile, and you'll find that your sun will shine. Absolutely. Every cloud is silver-lined, even when it rains. So don't be too downhearted, because things are bound to change. I don't know if it's bothering you, but for some reason, I can't really describe it. Maybe look at this later. Something related to the proportion. No, I do agree. This is a little wonky. Yeah, this is... it. No, I see. Now that you show me the screenshot, I see that. Let's fix that real quick. Let's adjust that. Oh! Friggin' Sonic Adventure. Wow. You have a drawing? You have a drawing? What do you have a drawing of? May I see it? May I see it? No. Let's see. I've had difficulty for a few years, especially once COVID hit, and I'm thankful I'm in a much better place now than I was then. It's funny, I've gone through a lot of... genuinely, I've gone through a lot of stuff. I've seen a lot of turmoil. I've seen a lot of drama. I've seen a lot of unnecessary spite and hate and pain in my life and in my family. And it's stuff that it sounds a little over dramatic, but it's genuinely, it's crazy. And I look back. People often say, there's always the question of, if you could go back in time and change anything, what would you change? And my belief is, if I could go back in time, like some really bad stuff happened, there was some nasty stuff that happened in 2011 and in 2015 and all that. If I could go back and change anything, I wouldn't. I would not change a single thing. I wouldn't change a single... I wouldn't take back any of the stuff that's happened to me, that's happened in my life. I wouldn't change any of the things I've said that I regret. Because those were all important lessons. And I've been a better person for that. The things I've taken away, the positives I've learned. I always say my life, the philosophy I've carried with me since my teenage years, is that the most important part of making a mistake is learning from it. Live and learn, precisely. And I genuinely would not change a single thing, because if I hadn't gone through any of those things, I would not be the person that I am today. And personally, I kind of like who I am today. And I think there's a lot of lessons sometimes you have to learn the hard way, unfortunately. And I'm sure it's different for everybody. I'm not saying my experience is the same as anyone else's. I'm sure there are some people that have gone through some absolutely atrocious and horrible things that, you know what, if I could go back and change for them, I would. And I would say, hey, if you can go back in time and change that, do it. But just speaking personally, for me at the very least, I wouldn't. Probably go back and convince my mom to move to another state at my young age. That's fair. I think about the domino effect, right? And how everything has led up to this point. Even when I don't art, my eyes pick up things. No, you're good. Listen, anyone can cook, right? You don't have to be arting to pick up on things in art. That looks a little better, I think. You're good. But yeah, I think about that domino effect. You know the meme of the guy with the little dominoes stacking all the way up to the big dominoes? I think about that all the time. Let's see. Now, 5 years later, I have a lot of, let's see, COVID absolutely sucked for me because then I had quite literally no friends. Now, 5 years later, I have a lot of people who care about me and appreciate me for who I am. Yeah. It's not, see, the I joke, right? We joke, I quote it all the time. But it's true, you know? The real treasure is the friends you make along the way. It's not always about the destination. It's the journey. That's the significant part. Oh! It's being able to walk away from a bad situation and saying, this happened, but I didn't let it break me. You know? Staying positive. Keeping your head up. And moving on. Finding a way to turn a positive out of it. You know? Genuinely finding a way to turn a positive out of it. Whether that's by being able to be empathetic and put yourself in somebody else's shoes because you've been in a situation yourself. Or even just being able to tell somebody your own story and having them be inspired by that. Yeah. We all have a testimony in life. What a perfect thing to talk about while working on art of Silver the Hedgehog about going through time and changing things, right? Let's see. You got a case of destination fever. Oh, Mashu. Yes! Yes! My cabbages! Ooh, this is Sonic Rush, I want to say. I've gone through abuse and I still don't think I would go back. I'm here where I am and I'm happier. The friends I have, the family I have, my boyfriend. I got out of the situation myself. There you go. I love this so much. See, it's about, listen, it's horrible that you went through that, right? That's, that's terrible. That's not something to be like, oh yeah, that's not something to be taken lightly. But the important part is that you got out. You made it through it. And now you know, right? What can you take away from that, right? What can you learn from that? You've learned now how not to let people treat you. You've gained, the knowledge of, hey, that was a bad situation. I'm not going to let myself get hurt like that again. That's kind of that again. It's like I always say, the important part of making mistakes of any kind is learning from them. It's kind of like Bob Ross's old fundamentality of, in art we don't make mistakes, just happy accidents. Sorry, kind of bringing down the mood. Not really in a good state right now. No, you're good. Mood has not been brought down at all. Listen, I'm weird. I like talk. Listen, I know we joke, right? I know we joke about this is fine. I don't need to fix this. I know we joke about hot dogs and about pickled eggs and about all sorts of funny things. And Jerry and the horses in my brain, but it's kind of fun to talk about the deep stuff from time to time. Let's see. Oh, it's 12 o'clock. Golly. Wow, the time goes by. I'm enlightening Roast on Ultimate Chicken Horse. Dude, Ultimate Chicken Horse. He's never played it? KG, we might have to set up a way for the lot of us to play Ultimate Chicken Horse. Did I want to give up some points? Absolutely. But I didn't. And I look at the impact I've made on others' lives, and I don't regret a thing. Yeah! Let's see. I've sadly gone through the same, but thankfully I've managed to get away and through myself and learn to stand up for myself and cut off toxic people. That's, I will say this too, real quick, is that was kind of one of the things that I learned going through a lot of the stuff I went through. I went through a lot of, definitely not to the level of you guys, and I'm not going to try and compare myself to that because it's very different, but I definitely did go through some I went through some level of emotional abuse and a little bit of trauma in my teenage years and like the later end of my childhood. And I learned, one of the things I learned from that is how to stand up for myself and how to put my foot down and how to say, hey, this is not how I want to be treated as a person. I would appreciate some respect. And that, again, that's so unfathomably important. That's so essential, is never giving in and never giving up and walking away from every bad situation, thinking to yourself, what can I learn from this? What can I take away from this? And how can I improve myself and as a person? How can I go through, how can I come out on top in the end of this situation? Does patronizing and neglect fall under abuse? I would say neglect, yes. Patronizing, it depends on the context. Like patronizing in a joking sense, no, not always. Patronizing in a genuine, like, invalidating way, yeah, I would say so. I'm happy enough with the things that have happened in my past. Without, I wouldn't be who I am today. He's never played it? He's never played it. Oh my gosh, Roast is missing out. If I don't have that on Steam, I might need to buy that on Steam. I don't think I have that on Steam. No, because I played that with my sister via Parsec. Wow! I like being talked down to? Yes! I would say... Again, it depends on the... Yeah, I would say yeah. That counts, because that can lead to all sorts of things, especially mentally and emotionally. That's a lot of the stuff I went through. Where it was very much so being patronized and being treated like without respect, like a child, when, yeah, I sure was a child, but I was still an intelligent human being. So yeah, I would say yes. Well then, next week we're gonna dive into it's been a hot minute since we've had kind of a long-running series or a long-running game, and I think it's about gosh darn time that we get back into something on this channel instead of flip-flopping back and forth from one-offs every week. So next week, I'm thinking we're finally going to take the plunge. We're finally going to do it. I've been talking about it for maybe 2 years now that I think about it. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, Paper Mario for the Nintendo 64. I've never played it. Kirby, right? Soon. No, Paper Mario. It's Kirby, guys. Trust. Soon. We'll do Kirby soon, Luna. I'm in the mood for Mario. I need some Mario in my life. Mario Day is this weekend. I need the Mario. New Mario! I can't believe we're playing Lost Levels. Lost Levels, you say? Lost Levels? Super Mario Bros? The Lost Levels, Ouija? Did you say Super Mario Bros? The Lost Levels? Well, I don't think I'll ever go to Super Mario. Hey, what's this? Hey, what's this? Guy, what's this? What was that? What was that? I don't know what that was. What a weird thing. I don't know what that was. That was so strange. Guess we'll never know what that was. The original Paper Mario, the one with the bugs, the broken shenanigans, the one that breaks with everything. Everything breaks the original Paper Mario. You need to know this. Like, everything breaks the original Paper Mario. Everything. Yeah, I don't know what that mysterious GIF was. Oh, what's that? Oh, I don't know what that was. That's weird. Mickey is here. That's so strange. Guess we'll never know what that was. Okay. Can two Sherwoods coexist in the same plane of reality? Well, I mean, we've got two of them right here. We've got two of them right here right now, so, you know. I would say yes, actually. Maybe there's a Sherwood multiverse out there with 1,000,001 different Sherwoods. The Sherverse. The verse wood. I don't know. Anyway, it's 12:06. I need to get to bed. Thank you. So yeah, next week, Paper Mario. That's the one of the 2 Paper Mario games that people universally like. Correct. Well then, Paper Mario, next week. It's gonna be great. I'm very much looking forward to it. Anyway, as always, thank you very much for tuning in tonight, ladies and gentlemen. This was a really fun stream. Thank you very much for allowing me to use this as an opportunity to practice for the Teen Arts Festival. I will be sure to tell you all how it went, because it's next Tuesday. Oh boy, I am excited about it. Well, as always, thank you very much for tuning in. I hope you all have an absolutely wonderful, blessed, and wonderful night. And as always, as we say in the cartoons, that's all, folks!